You're listening to The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, Cedar Rapids.
We now leave our network programming to bring you the following special sports presentation.
Let the good times roll with the fun of Kernel Baseball in The Zone.
Bring your family, bring your friends. This is where the fun never ends. Everybody knows when you ask to change, the good times roll. Hey, hey, Kernels, let the good times roll. Cedar Rapids Kernels, let the good times roll.
With the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, here's the voice of the Kernels, John Rogers.
Mother's Day, and over 300 have enjoyed the fabulous brunch the Kernels spread out at 11 o'clock this morning. A big, big turnout for that brunch, and it set the tone for a wonderful afternoon as we say thanks to Mom. It is the 7th game of a Kernel 8-game homestand that has seen the Kernels win 2 of the first 6, and our series with Burlington is knotted at a game apiece. The Kernels were 4-3 winners on Friday night series opener, and then last night, behind 19-year-old Mexican right-hander Luis Cota, the Bees bombed the Kernels 8-0. Chris Waters has pitched remarkably well in his last 6 outings out of the Kernel bullpen. He's from the state of Florida, and Chris Waters will join us next as our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest here in the Zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
Happy Mother's Day to all. Many enjoyed Mother's Day brunch here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. It's still going on as we open our doors to the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show to Kernel relief pitcher Chris Waters. And Chris, I wanted to share some great news with you. In your last 6 appearances out of the bullpen, you've hurled 10 1/3 innings, given up 1 run, and struck out 17 hitters. Do you know you're pitching that well?
No, I don't. It's getting better. I know it's getting better than it was. Started off a little slow, but I'm getting the feel a little bit more.
Speaking of the feel, you have a terrific breaking pitch. I look at it as almost an old 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock curveball. How would you characterize it?
It's pretty. Sometimes it's 12 to 6. Sometimes it's on the slant a little bit, but I don't know. I've been working on that the most, pretty much. Sometimes it's really good, and sometimes it's been a little shaky. But lately, it's been pretty good. So that's why I'm getting some more strikeouts.
When it's really going good, is it sometimes hard for the plate umpire to call a good curveball a strike because they're not used to seeing good curveballs, or do they usually get it right?
Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes it falls out of strike zone, and sometimes it falls in the strike zone and they don't call it. So, yeah, it can go either way.
Chris, you were part of a Provo ball club that won the championship last year in the Pioneer League. You pitched in 21 games, all out of the bullpen, and posted a 5-3 record. And I know we've sputtered a little bit here during the first month of the season. What is it that's a little more challenging about this league than rookie ball, and are we starting to catch up on the learning curve?
Well, I hope so. I'm getting tired of losing, that's for sure. I think we're just having a hard time getting started. I think once we get started, we'll be fine. I'm not worried. I mean, we're a bunch of winners here. We hate losing. We're just getting frustrated, maybe trying a little bit too hard.
That's what I think, is the guys are pressing just a little bit, and it's interesting. I was watching Baseball Tonight earlier this week on ESPN, and the analysts were saying that the same thing has happened to the Yankees, that they think the Yankees, who have been marvelously successful the last decade under Joe Torre, even guys at the highest level, Chris, can sometimes try to do a little bit too much.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I guess you can compare. It's hard to compare it to the Yankees, but I mean, we're trying. We're going to start winning for you guys pretty soon, hopefully.
Well, the main thing is that you guys continue to work hard, and I come out here, Chris, early every day for our home games. I'm with the ball club on the road, and one thing about the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, they provide you guys with terrific veteran leadership in the form of their roving instructors. My goodness, a lot of teaching's going on here.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that 100%. Those guys really know their baseball.
Chris Waters is our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest here in the zone, and Chris, it is a special day. We are hosting a Mother's Day brunch here. It's the day that you either treat Mom to breakfast in bed or take her out for brunch, and we're an hour behind Florida time. Have you already checked in with Mom, or are you going to call her this evening after the ball game?
Well, I called her last night to say a little happy Mother's Day, but I'll call her after the game. She's probably at church right now, so I'll call her after the game.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have a younger brother. He goes to Florida State. He plays lacrosse there.
He plays lacrosse. I didn't know the lacrosse frenzy had penetrated the Deep South. How did he come upon that?
Well, it's still a club organization right now, but they're working at it. They're pretty good. They're going to Nationals in Minnesota this weekend.
Up in Minnesota, Florida State made the Nationals.
Yeah, they made the national tournament, so there's probably about 15 teams up there.
It's a very rugged game, and you have to develop a certain set of skills that are foreign to most kids because we don't grow up playing lacrosse. I read in Sports Illustrated it is growing in popularity. When did your brother first pick up a lacrosse stick?
He started playing in high school a little bit his senior year. He's just been playing more and more every day. He loves it. So I just talked to him last week. He said he took out the goalie, so he's real excited about that.
It is much like ice hockey, only on grass, in that you can check, you can ram into guys. How much padding does a lacrosse player wear?
He wears a lot of padding. He's got a helmet and a stick.
And there's a cage in front of his face.
Oh yeah, he's got a cage on.
Oh, we wish him well up in Minnesota. Florida State, now that's known for its baseball. You went to the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. How did that come about for you, Chris?
Well, I went to Clemson for 3 years, and then I transferred to North Florida and to play for Dusty Rhodes, and I had a great year there. I learned a lot, and I got drafted out of North Florida.
Clemson for 3 years. Clemson has a great program as well. Did you transfer for academic reasons, or did you want to be closer to home?
I transferred for baseball reasons. I went to Clemson for 3 years. I wasn't playing much there, so then I wanted to play more. I wanted to get a starting role, so I went to North Florida.
Well, we're glad it worked out for you. Chris Waters has been dynamite out of the Colonel bullpen this season. He's our guest on Mother's Day on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show, and we'll wrap things up with the Colonel right-handed reliever in just a minute.
Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
This is Colonel Baseball in the zone.
Traveling today can be somewhat hectic, even downright confusing at times. Why not let Tri-State Travel take all that frustration out of your travel plans? Whether you want to experience a cruise, enjoy a weekend getaway in Las Vegas, or just need to make airline, rental car, or hotel reservations, Tri-State Travel's Westdale Mall office can help. Our experienced staff can lower your travel stress level so you can get more enjoyment out of your journey. Stop by Tri-State Travel's Westdale Mall office today and get ready to travel worry-free.
When we met in spaghetti, we would never forget Zio Giano's. Now it's where mi amore and I dine in. We carry out the lunch and the dinner all the time for lasagna, ravioli, mandacati, cannelloni, tortellini, or try their delicious salads and soba sandwiches too. Zio Giano's is the hometown taste of Italy. For your next meal with friends and a family, remember Zio Giano's with 5 convenient locations for the pasta that makes you sing.
Chris Waters on the South Slope Communications Triple Play Show. And Chris, right before we went to break, you had a special message to Mom.
I just want to say happy Mother's Day, Mom.
I'm glad she's made it to church. And Chris, I wanted to ask you a little bit about bullpen philosophy. Some teams in this league dispatch their men to the bullpen right from the get-go in the first inning. The Los Angeles Angel way with Bobby Magallanes and Kernan Ronan is to not send a man down to the bullpen until he wants to warm up. What is the benefit of staying in the dugout during the first part of the game, and then are there any advantages to being in the bullpen the whole game?
A little bit of both. When you're in the dugout, you can see the batters a little bit more. You can see where their hands are, how to pitch them. When you're in the bullpen, you're kind of more relaxed a little bit. You're just sitting out. You're not really into the game. You concentrate more on what you want to do when you get in. But, there's advantages to both sides.
Do you prefer either one?
I'd probably rather sit in the bullpen.
And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of teams do that, and a lot of teams keep guys in the dugout. You mentioned one thing about in the dugout, you can see where the batter's hands are. Why is that important to a relief pitcher?
Well, it's important to any pitcher. It's just where sometimes when they hold their hands up high, they can get that bottom pitch, or if they hold them up high, you can get inside on them a little bit more. It's just about it's also about how they stand and how they go after the ball. It's just reading their swing.
And that helps you when you enter a ball game then?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, Chris, thank you so much for taking time on Mother's Day to join us as our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest. A $5 gift certificate to you to redeem at any of our Zio Giano's spaghetti houses. They have been locally owned and family-run for over 20 years. They have new restaurants on the main drag in Marion and on the southwest side here on Williams Boulevard. Zio Giano's, pasta that will make you sing. Colonel Reliever Chris Waters, thank you so much on Mother's Day for joining us as our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest. And enjoy the meal at Zio Giano's, Chris.
Thanks a lot, John.
Chris Waters, Colonel Right-Handed Reliever, our South Slope Communications Triple Play Show guest. Up next, Bob Brooks and I will set Game 3 lineups. Kernels in Burlington, those are just ahead here in the Zone.
I'll live for you, I'll feed your cat, I'll fold your undies at the laundromat, unless you want me to have them dry. I can pay for that. I'll work you down, snake and a bat. I'll shave my soul back before I meet your dad. I'll wear a turtleneck to strategically hide my tattoos if I can. I'm quitting the band, 'cause I'm winning your hand. I'm giving you all my time, but this Dr. Pepper is mine, Rich taste, forget it. This Dr. Pepper is mine. One taste and you get it. I'll shop with you, always be true. I'll never share my Dr. Pepper with you. Sorry. This Dr. Pepper is mine, One taste and you get it. So rich. This Dr. Pepper is mine, Bold refreshing taste, drinking by the case. This Dr. Pepper is mine, Isn't even a word.
On Mother's Day, it's Colonel Baseball here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. Over 300 folks have already enjoyed a wonderful, sumptuous brunch down the left field line in the pregame picnic area. I was happy to pay the very reasonable $10, $17 total, including the ticket to the game, and what a brunch it was. Bob Brooks has left the booth to go down and check it out for himself on Mother's Day. The Colonel's very pleased with the response we've gotten from our first annual brunch on Mother's Day. The kids from Cleveland Elementary School are our guests this afternoon. Down below, Colonel Manager Bobby Magallanes meeting with a Burlington position player to turn in the lineup cards for the third game of our four-game series with the Kansas City Royal minor leaguers. The series is even at a game apiece. Let's set the starting lineups first for the visiting Bees. On the road this season, they have won 5 and lost 8. Their overall record is 12 and 16, and they're one half game ahead of both the Kernels and the Peoria Chiefs in the 8-team Western Division standings. The Kernels and Chiefs are tied for 8th. Jim Gabella is the skipper of this ball club. He's in his second year, and he began his coaching career as the head baseball coach at Broward Community College in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Jim Gabella, a great baseball man, and this is his lineup this afternoon. Leading off for Burlington is Mario Lasone. He's at third base. Out of Dartmouth College in New Hampshire, an Ivy League Player of the Year last year, shortstop Ed Lucas will bat second. Hitting third for the Bees is Brian McFall. He's in right field. The designated hitter, Rusty Brown. Brown is the cleanup man. Hitting fifth for the Bees is their second baseman, Eddie Solis. Darwinson Salazar will bat sixth, and he's in center field for Burlington. In left field is Kennard Springer. Springer will bat seventh. Hitting eighth at first base, Miguel Vega for Burlington. And batting ninth, seeing his first action in the series, Robert Grana. Robert Grana is the catcher. Grana, Grana, catching and batting ninth. Pitching for the Bees is a 6'3" right-hander, and he's from Georgia, 23 years old, Patrick Green. Green is 0-1 on the year, making his fourth start. Patrick Green's ERA 3.07. The Kansas City Royals chose Patrick Green, and they selected him in the 7th round of last year's draft. He went to community college in Florida, then to the University of Tennessee, and also pitched collegiately at Louisiana Lafayette. Patrick Green on the hill for the visiting Burlington Bees. Allen Motor Company is proud to present Bobby Magallanes' Allen Motor Company Kernels starting lineup this afternoon. Allen's has terrific deals right now on their campus. They've reduced the price on their 2004 Oldsmobile Aleros. They start at just $10,495. That's right, 2004 Olds Aleros have been reduced at Allen's. They start at $10,495. 2004 Malibu Classics, a great buy at Allen's. They start at just $9,495. Great deals at Allen Motor Company, and you can learn more about their wonderful selection by visiting them online at allenmotor.com. That's ALLENMOTOR.com. The Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup on this Mother's Day Sunday afternoon has Sean Rodriguez leading off. Sean's in center field. Batting second for the Kernels, second baseman Nate Sutton. Great to see Freddy Sandoval back in the Allen Motor Company Kernel starting lineup. Freddie's been sidelined with a sore left shoulder. Sandoval at third base leads the club with 14 runs driven in. The cleanup batter is Drew Toussaint. Toussaint is the designated hitter. Hitting fifth, switch hitting catcher Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson getting just his second start behind the plate this afternoon for the Kernels. He bats fifth in the Allen Motor Company order. Hitting sixth in right field, he leads the Kernels with 6 home runs, and he's tied for the team lead in RBIs with 14. Warner Madrigal. Australian Michael Collins is at first base. Collins will bat seventh. Hitting eighth in the Allen Motor Company order, Jordan Renz in left field. And batting ninth, Jason Ramos, the switch-hitting Kernel shortstop. On the hill, rounding out the Allen Motor Company Kernel order, is 24-year-old right-hander Jesse Smith. Jesse was taken in the 6th round by the Los Angeles Angels in 2003 out of Illinois Valley Community College. Jesse Smith from Lincoln, Nebraska, 1-1 on the year, an ERA of an even 3. Jesse's won 1 and lost 1, and he pitched very well Tuesday here at home in a 10-3 loss to Beloit. Jesse hurled 5 innings, surrendered 3 runs on 3 hits to the Snappers, struck out 2 and walked 4. Jesse Smith is on the hill for the Kernels this afternoon. The Cost Cutters Dream Team members have taken the field. They're standing next to their Kernel companions. The Kernels are in their red knit batting practice tops with white numbers, and Burlington is in their royal blue jerseys with gold numbers. We're going to be joining public address announcer Dale Brote in just a moment, or Jerry Koala, rather, our public address announcer. Here's Jerry Koala to introduce our national anthem singers from Cleveland Elementary School.
Oh, can you see by the night what so proudly we hailed, and the twilight has been through the skies and bright stars, through the peril and fight, o'er the ramparts we walk, we're so gallantly sing. And the rockets guide the land, the birds sing in air, came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
On Mother's Day, a father-son duet from Cleveland Elementary School. This series is tied a game at apiece. Our Cost Cutters Dream Team members are heading off the field. from Hansher Auditorium, our Hansher's Today's Special Baseball is being delivered to Kernels starting pitcher Jesse Smith. The Kernels and Burlington Bees will have Mother's Day action for you here on this 77-degree Sunday afternoon when we return in a minute in the zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
Afternoon baseball on Mother's Day, and Mercy Medical Center is now going to present the most magical words in baseball. A little girl from Cleveland Elementary School set to bellow out those magical words in a moment. It'll be Mario Lasone, Ed Lucas, Brian McFall to take on right-hander Jesse Smith. Jesse with a 1-1 record, and he's making his third start. Last year as a Colonel, Jesse started 6 games, relieved in 32. There's the play ball declaration by the kid from Cleveland. Jesse was 4-7 last year with a 5.40 ERA. He, in his first 2 starts in 10 innings, has given up just 3 runs on 6 hits. Bob Brooks, I ate at the brunch, one of over 350 to pay my way in and enjoy the wonderful brunch, and you checked it out right before the start of this afternoon's game. What did you think, Bob?
Well, I thought it was terrific, except I didn't have time to eat.
Well, that's what happens when a Hall of Fame sportscaster comes out right before the game.
That's all right. I congratulated Dave Soper and his group on the brunch, and the setting was lovely down there. They had flowers placed around on the tables and then the grassy berm in the middle, and it was just an elegant setting to have a Major League Sunday or Mother's Day brunch outside on a day like this. I was really taken back about it. The bread table, I wish I could have stolen a couple of loaves down there. That looked just wonderful.
It was all great.
Oh, man, that's... and then talking to Dave, he was supposed to join us last night, but he said he got swamped by the buffet. I was going to put him on in the late innings there, but... I'm totally impressed. They had more than 300. They were delighted by the number.
Jesse Smith on a 2-1 delivery to the leadoff batter Mario Lasone, and Lasone, who was 0 for 4 last night, batting leadoff this afternoon for Burlington, bounces one to the right side. Nate Sutton gloves it and throws out Mario Lasone. So 1 out here in the top of the first inning. The batter is Ed Lucas. Both clubs are in white trousers. It's unusual to see a road team wearing white trousers. Usually those are reserved for home, but the Bees have on white pants. So do the Kernels. Jesse winds, and his first pitch to Ed Lucas is a strike called. Grant Menke is behind the plate. Victor Carapazza, his partner, parked behind first base. Those are our Anderson and Brown Eye Care umpires in this series. A high drive into shallow center. Rodriguez broke back, now comes in, and it drops in front of Rodriguez and beyond the reach of Jason Ramos. Tucking one into left center for a Texas League single is Ed Lucas.
That was a perfectly hit Texas League single because it was equidistant between the left fielder, the shortstop, and the center fielder. Rodriguez, with the wind blowing the way it is, I think that he misjudged that ball a little bit at the start, then came on, didn't get a chance, but it was a no-man's land drop.
There goes Ed Lucas, and a pitch swung on and bashed foul down the right field line over the Papa John's Plaza by Brian McFall, a right-handed batter. McFall didn't play last night. He's hitting .242. 3 homers, 12 RBIs for Brian McFall.
Cedar Rapids has won 3, lost 2 against Burlington this year, but the Kernels are only 2-4 on the homestand.
So we need to win on Mother's Day and close the homestand out tomorrow night, Grant Wood Elementary School night, with a victory to break even. Jesse's 0-1 is a curve, and it's drilled into the left center field alley for extra bases. Ed Lucas will score all the way from first. He's rounding third, and he'll score as the ball is retrieved at the base of the left center field warning track by Sean Rodriguez. And Ed Lucas scores all the way from first on a double ripped into the left center field gap by Brian McFall. And the Bees lead it here in the top of the first inning, 1-0.
That was a hanging curveball, and Westfall timed it perfectly. Hit it between the left fielder and the center fielder, and that resulted in run number 1.
Rusty Brown with a runner at second and 1 out. The big, tall, right-handed hitting cleanup batter is the DH this afternoon. Rusty batting .280. A homer, 11 RBIs. Jesse Smith's fastball is outside. Ben Johnson getting the start behind the plate this afternoon, just his second start as a catcher for the Kernels. Ben has been exceptionally good at first base and as a designated hitter, but he told us on the South Slope Communications Triple Play show that he loves it when he gets to catch every now and then. That's his favorite position. A fastball low and away, and it's 2-0 as Jesse Smith does some landscaping on the spot that his front foot lands on the mound.
Well, one reason people like to do catching, the only reason I can think of, is it keeps your head in the game all the time.
All the time, Bob. You're right. You're the quarterback and the center, both. The 2-0 with the runner at second is in the dirt, ball 3. Jesse Smith, in 21 innings, has given up just 19 hits. Jesse's fan, 19 batters in 21 frames, walked 7. Smith is a 24-year-old right-hander. He'll be opposed by a 23-year-old right-hander, Patrick Green, for Burlington this afternoon. We're just underway on Mother's Day, and a good-sized crowd is with us. Rusty Brown walks. The pitch was way outside, and a shaky start for Jesse Smith as 3 in a row have reached after he got the leadoff batter to bounce to second.
There's an area of grass here that is getting brown. I'm only paraphrasing that. It's brown because the pitching coach, Kernan Ronan, has worn it out between the dugout and the pitching mound in talking to Cedar Rapids Kernels pitchers this past week. There really isn't a brown spot there, but there should be.
Well, Kernan has gone out, as Bob said, to try to help settle Jesse Smith down. Nothing that a double play won't take care of for this first inning start for Jesse. Eddie Solis is the second baseman. He's the 5th B to bat here in their 1-run first inning. Solis, a right-handed hitter with a black lacquer bat. Ball 1 low to Solis. The wind is blowing from the right field foul pole toward the left field foul pole, and it's blowing at about 18 to 20 miles an hour on a 77-degree Sunday afternoon. Fastball high and in, ball 2 to Solis. Eddie hitting 190, a home run, 7 RBIs. He drove in a run and scored in Burlington's big 7-run 5th inning last night. Eddie went 1 for 3. He didn't play in Friday night series opener. S-O-L-I-S, Eddie Solis from Los Angeles. Ball 3 in the dirt. Mother's Day is traditionally a very tough draw in minor league baseball, but not here this afternoon, thanks to the wonderful idea put together by the Kernel front office. Let's bring the brunch to Mom right here at the ballpark. Jesse Smith delivers a strike on a 3-0 count, and that brings the crowd alive. Many of them down below from Cleveland Elementary School today.
Infield at double play depth, 1-0 Burlington.
And Ed Lucas, the runner at second. Brown at first. The pitch to Solis. Over but low, ball 4. That loads him up. That loads the bases for Darwinson Salazar. Neither team took batting practice this afternoon. The Bees didn't arrive here until about 12:35. But they have come out, the team, a little bit more ready so far. They've scored a run and they've loaded the bases. Digging in on the very edge of the back of the box on the right side is Darwinson Salazar. He's hitting 169. Boy, you dig a hole like that, and if Bob Gibson was on the mound, he'd just yell into you, keep digging it deeper, because that's where you're going to lay down. Gibby was that kind of guy.
Yes, he was.
From Omaha, Nebraska, the same state that Jesse Smith is from. Jesse's from Lincoln. Ball one low to Salazar. Now he swats one high and foul out of play to the right. It's 1-1.
One of our dear friends who had a great career in athletics is now retired. The former Big Ten football official Tommy Thompson here in Cedar Rapids was a basketball coach at Creighton and coached Bob Gibson in basketball.
Oh, boy, I wish I could. Is Tommy still in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, he is.
I want to interview him then, because Gibson was one of the greatest athletes I ever saw as a kid. He was a pinch hitter for the Cardinals quite often. He pinch ran, hit a couple of career grand slams, and played with the Harlem Globetrotters. I want to find out from Tommy Thompson what kind of kid Gibby was at Creighton. Ball too low to the batter. Now a bouncer to third. Sandoval comes home, out. Johnson to first. Wild throw. One run is in. Here comes another man stopping at third, and it's 2-0 Burlington. Ooh, the Kernels looked like they were going to turn an inning-ending 5-2-3 double play. They got a runner at home. It went Sandoval to Johnson, 5-2. But then Ben Johnson's throw, Bob, looked to arrive at first base the same time as the batter Salazar did, and I'm not sure Michael Collins didn't get clipped by the runner.
Well, the throw was high and wide of the bag and basically not catchable.
So an error on Ben Johnson. It's 2-0. Darwinson Salazar, the batter, winds up reaching on a fielder's choice. He goes to second on the throwing error. On to third went Eddie Solis. The runner out at the plate was Brian McFall. Now it's second and third. And a 1-0 pitch is delivered for a strike to Kennard Springer. So E2, Ben Johnson commits his sixth error of the season, and that prevented the Kernels from getting out of the inning. It also gave the Bees another run.
And it gives Cedar Rapids 55 errors on the season.
A little looper to third, and on one hop, Freddy Sandoval fires across the diamond to get Kennard Springer. Kennard Springer bounces out to third, and that ends the Bee first, but not without some damage. 2 runs on 1 hit, 2 walks, 1 Kernel error, and the Bees leave a pair. And after 1/2 inning on Mother's Day, Burlington 2, Kernels coming to bat. This is Kernel Baseball in the zone.
Who's that cool cooking man? King of the grill, who's your patio? Char-broiled sausage with the man with the buns. Who's your patio?
He only cooks Clements, cooks #1 for taste and fun.
Econo Foods is the place to save on Clements Fine products this week. Shop Econo Foods for hot pricing on Clements.
Hi, Dan Patrick here. You know what's sad? When a player sticks around a couple of years too long and turns into a sad caricature of himself. That's exactly what happens to your car if you don't install a fresh set of Monroe shocks at 50,000 miles. And through April 30th, you can buy a new set of Monroe shocks and get up to $80 back. That's a Hall of Fame deal that makes it much easier to replace your shocks at 50,000 miles. A lot easier, in fact, than replacing a pitcher who doesn't believe that his glory days have passed him by. Monroe, ride safe.
Actual mileage may vary depending upon drivability, vehicle type, and the type of driving and road conditions.
Let's go forward, shall we? And your teenager is now in their 20s, so stoned they can't move, which is how they spent college and why they didn't finish and get the job they deserved or the friends. Wish you could do it over again? You can. If you know your child is smoking pot and drinking, do something. Visit theantidrug.com or call 1-800-788-2800 because life doesn't rewind. Action. The Anti-Drug.
Sponsored by the ONDCP and the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
If you're scoring at home or down below in the stands with us, we want to amend that Burlington first half inning. 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 Kernel error, and the Bees left a couple. The 2 men that scored were Ed Lucas He scored on a Brian McFall RBI double into the left center field gap, and then McFall scored on a wild throw by Ben Johnson, the catcher, down to first on a Kernel double play attempt. Here's Sean Rodriguez looking at a strike from Patrick Green. Boy, Patrick pitched in 3 different collegiate settings. He's working quickly. The 0-1 is low and away. Patrick pitched at Oskaloosa Walton Community College, the University of Tennessee, and Louisiana Lafayette. 7th-round pick of the Royals last year. Rodriguez fakes a bunt, and the ball skips off the foot of the catcher, goes to the on-deck hitter, ball 2 to Sean.
Well, for a young man, he has been well-traveled already.
Yes,
he's
he has.
6'3", 185 pounds, comes from Alpharetta, Georgia. Base hit.
Sean Rodriguez ripped one past third into left. Kennard Springer gets it back in, and Sean Rodriguez gets the Kernels started on the right track as we're down 2-0 in the bottom of the first. On a 2-1 pitch, Sean got one in his wheelhouse, and I mean he hammered it into left for a leadoff single. Nate Sutton, a 188 hitter on the year with no homers, 3 RBIs, will now bat. The Kernels team batting average, 232. That's 4. There goes the runner, and a looper foul outside of third. Bobby Magallanes continues to try to ignite this Kernel club by having them run, and Nate Sutton narrowly missed, poking one the other direction into the left field corner. It was foul by about 6 feet down the left field line. And yes, when Rodriguez running, he would have scored. A throw to first, and Sean gets back.
Sutton is batting 188, and he has had 3 runs driven in as the number 2 hitter in the main for the Kernels.
Nate 0 for 4 last night, and a changeup is low and away from Patrick Green. Robert Grena is the catcher this afternoon for the Bees. The B outfield plays Nate Sutton to hit the other way. Darwinson Salazar pulled around into left center. The center fielder, a throw to first. Rodriguez among the team leaders in stolen bases. He's 6 out of 8. The Kernels are last in the league in hitting, but first in the league in stolen bases. So that tells you how much Bobby Maggi. A double play ball to second. Solis to boots it, now throws to first. Ooh, they call Sutton out. I don't think the first baseman tagged first. I don't think he tagged the runner going by, but they call Nate Sutton out. A sure double play ball, Bob, fouled up by Eddie Solis at second.
Yes, he fumbled it momentarily, but the runner was going by, so he got the tag and then the throw to first. And putting his foot on the bag, Miguel Vega had a little phantom swipe of the bag and consequently the DP.
Boy, is it great to see.
And
Freddy, when
you're down, you don't get a call either.
That's true. Great to see Freddy Sandoval back in the lineup. He last played on Tuesday night here at home against Beloit. Since then, he's been shelved with a bad left shoulder. He squirts one foul outside of first, and now a curveball is outside. Freddy is hitting 280. Switch hitter batting left. He wears his Red Sox up high. And he shoots one into center field. It's a base hit. It's a base hit. And now, wait a minute. They've called Rodriguez. Okay, that was a double play, Bob. I thought Rodriguez made it safely to second, but I thought the second baseman never threw to second base.
He didn't. He tagged him.
Oh, he tagged him. Okay, I missed that. Boy, I got to wake up on Mother's Day. I've had a rough first inning.
Well, that brunch put you under. You need a nap.
That's that old turkey trip, that compound in Turkey. Freddy Sandoval's aboard with 2 out. I thought the Bees had flubbed the double play when the second baseman tagged Rodriguez as Sean went by, so that double play went 4-3. Nate Sutton hitting into the double play. Toussaint takes low and away, ball 1. Drew is hitting 283, so a runner at first, 2 out. The Kernels have 2 hits here in the first inning, but a 4-3 double play erased Sean Rodriguez on the ball hit by Nate Sutton. Yeah, I had pancakes, French toast, roast beef, ham, pork, all sorts of fruit. I had cheesecake for dessert. I got my $10 worth. And
how much bread?
I didn't make it to the bread table.
Oh, that was, from my cursory view, that was one of the stars of that show.
And if there'd have been room, Bob, believe me, I would have gone. I was just too full. Chopper outside third foul. Foul ball evens the count to Toussaint.
Dave Soper said most of the people thought, or, well, I don't know what you would call most, but anyway, he had some comments that they catered this in today.
No.
This was out of the Cedar Rapids Kernels Gourmet Kitchen.
That's right. I'll share another story that will be enlightening in a moment. Toussaint checked his swing. The ball hit his bat once and then hit the ground, hit his bat a second time. It's a harmless foul. 2-0 Bees. We're in the bottom of the first. Todd Brummelkamp, our director of media relations, ran into a fella and his wife out there, Bob, that could not get in anywhere else in town. They didn't have reservations. They came out here and said they're glad that they couldn't get anywhere else. They said this was the most phenomenal Mother's Day brunch they'd ever had. Ground ball to second, gobbled up by Eddie Solis, and on to first to get Drew Toussaint. And the Kernels, despite getting a couple of hits in the first inning, do not score against right-hander Patrick Green. And after one inning on Mother's Day, Burlington leads the Kernels 2-0. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Your home is a powerful asset. Managed wisely, it can help you with home improvements, tuition, and other expenses. Wells Fargo Home Equity Financing is the key. With flexible terms, competitive rates, and affordable payments. Our bankers have the knowledge and resources to help you find the best financing for your needs. Talk with a Wells Fargo banker today and see how home equity financing can help you reach your next stage. Wells Fargo, the next stage, equal housing lender.
Are you ready for a little racing? The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM, and Hawkeye Downs want to help you take the family to the races without blowing out your wallet. The last Friday of every month is now the Zone 1600 Family Night. Just click on the zone1600.com and print the special Family Night coupon. Take it to Hawkeye Downs the last Friday of the month, and 2 adults and the kids get in for just $16. 16 simoleons to see the hottest racing in town? That's freaking unbelievable. Get your valuable coupon today at the worldwide headquarters of the Zone, thezone1600.com. And we'll see you at the Zone 1600 Family Night at Hawkeye Downs, the last Friday of every month, all summer long.
Hawkeye Downs Racing.
Another killer deal from your home of Hawkeye Downs Racing on the radio. The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
We already have a final, believe it or not, thanks to State Farm Insurance agents Gary Schubat, Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, and Dale Thompson. A twilight doubleheader at Fenway Park, and this afternoon in Game 1, the Red Sox sunk the Mariners 6-3. They're already in the 7th inning at Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami, and Colorado's trouncing the Marlins 8-1. Bottom of the 7th at Turner Field, Atlanta. And Bob, maybe you can shed some light on this. They lead Houston 13-0. When I was a kid, Jack Buck would say, "There goes the 13-run pool." What did he mean by that?
Well, you paid in a little money, and if you got stuck on 13, you got paid.
Okay.
You got the pool.
Well, somebody has it down in Atlanta if the score remains 13-0 Atlanta.
I would have much rather had the exacta yesterday at Churchill Downs. It was $9,000.
Miguel Vega takes the ball and now swats one foul down the right field line, out of play. The Yankees in the Bronx lead Oakland in the 6th inning, 2-0. It's Milwaukee 3, the Mets 1 at Miller Park this afternoon. The Cardinals, having been beaten 3 in a row by the Padres, lead San Diego 11-0 in the 2nd inning at Busch Stadium. Swinging a foul straight back by Vega, a right-handed batter. It's the White Sox leading Toronto 5-4. They're in the 7th inning at Sky Dome.
Another one-run game for the Sox.
Boy, they play close ones. At least the first month.
Well, they win them all.
Yeah. Vega's a .246 hitter. He's batting 8th in skipper Jim Gabella's lineup. The Bees are in their royal blue tops, and there's strike 3 called on the inside corner. Miguel Vega gives a look of disbelief to the plate umpire, Grant Menke, but he's gone looking for the first out. Here in the B's second, Burlington leads it 2-0. Kansas City, the parent club of our opponents, the Kansas City Royals are the parent club of Burlington, and they're stomping Baltimore 6-1 in the fourth inning at Camden Yards.
And Baltimore leads the East in the American League.
A broken bat bouncer. Freddy Sandoval cuts it off, and from the second base side of the infield, the third baseman throws out Robert Grena. Boy, they tell the third baseman, Bob, to get to anything he can, and I think Sandoval covered half the infield throwing that batter out.
Nice play.
2 away. Here's
bounced around there and got to it and fired.
Mario Lasone, the batter. Texas ahead of Cleveland in the third inning at the ballpark in Arlington, 2-0. And the Twins lead Tampa Bay 2-0 at Tropicana Field there in the bottom of the third inning. Later this afternoon, our parent club, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, host Detroit. The Cubs and Phils scoreless in the third at Wrigley. Bouncer foul outside third. It was off the fist of the batter, Mario Lasone. He's even on the count, 1-1. Jesse Smith trying to establish that rhythm that starting pitchers always seek. Looks like he may have it here in the second inning. He's retired the first two, and he's even on the count to the leadoff batter, Mario Lasone. It's 2-0 Burlington.
As we go through this game, I think we'll take a look at what the Angels farm hands are doing at other levels of the organization.
Bob, we'd love to do that.
Dallas McPherson had his first major league home run last night in Anaheim.
Boy, is that good news that the Angels are sticking with Dallas. A broken bat looper, and climbing the ladder to spear it in shallow left is the shortstop, Jason Ramos. Mario Lasone's bid for a 2-out single was thwarted on a leaping grab at short by Ramos. And down in order, Jesse Smith sets the Bees in the top of the second inning. Bob will open that farm report and tell us how other former Kernels are doing as they make their way up the ladder towards Los Angeles. After an inning and a half here at the ballpark on Mother's Day, the Kernels trail Burlington 2-0. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
For just 45 cents a day, you can have 8 weeks of the Wall Street Journal delivered to your home or office every business day. That's just 45 cents a day for the insights, analysis, and news relevant to the business of your life. Every business day, the Wall Street Journal delivers the top news from every market, industry, and corner of the globe. But because life isn't just business, the Journal's innovative Personal Journal section translates today's news into the useful information you need to save time and money. From scoring travel discounts to better banking deals, Personal Journal provides practical guidance you can use. Call now and take advantage of the Journal's special introductory offer. Save 55% off the Journal's news stamp price when you order an 8-week subscription for just 45 cents a day. This offer is available for a limited time to new subscribers in the continental U.S. Don't miss out. Call 800-791-8833. That's 800-791-8833 for the Wall Street Journal.
John Wilson Sports, the area price leader, has some great deals on outdoor basketball backboards by Bison, many with lifetime warranties. They feature sturdy, flexible rims and thick acrylic boards. All systems have fast and easy height adjustments and pole padding for a safe play area. John Wilson Sports has a wide selection of new swimsuits by Speedo and Tier and a large variety of baseball and softball equipment for your player or team. John Wilson Sports, your team representative at the corner of First Avenue and Collins Road in Cedar Rapids.
Catcher Ben Johnson takes a pitch low from Patrick Green, who now fires a strike at the knees. Bob said he'll bring us along on it. It's a good time to check, Bob, because we're just over a month into the season, so the batting averages start to mean something, and so do the statistics. Here's a bunt by Ben Johnson, and the pitcher backhand and throws in time. A bang-bang play at first. The pitcher, Patrick Green, had to scoot off the mound to his right. He backhanded the Ben Johnson bunt and then had trouble getting it out of his glove, but once he did, his throw had just enough on it to nip Ben Johnson at first, pitcher to first base.
Well, let's start in AAA at Salt Lake City, where the Stingers are 16-11 and have been in the throes this past week of a 3-game losing streak, so they were doing better than that. but they lead the division. That's the Pacific Coast League's Northern Division.
Curveball inside to Madrigal. Now a fastball low and away to Warner.
And they have a 2-game lead over the Sky Sox of Colorado Springs. Ready to take a look at some of the former Kernels in AAA now.
There's a strike to Warner Madrigal.
Nick Gourneau is batting .317 after 21 games. Dallas McPherson was down there for a while. He hit .308 in 10 games.
Ball 3 low to Warner. That's when Dallas was getting his swing back, Bob, with his... Remember, he sat out most of spring training with a bad back. The 3-1 to Warner. Bounce to first on one hop. Miguel Vega gloves it, steps on the base. 2 gone here in the Kernels' second inning.
And on the pitching staff at Salt Lake City, Joel Peralta, who has been he's been the reliever, basically. He's been the ninth inning shutdown guy. Peralta is 3-1. He has been in 12 games.
Michael Collins with the bases empty and 2 out here in the Kernels' second. 2-0 Bees, takes a fastball in for a strike.
And he has a 3.38 ERA, a little bit high.
Tony Regan's told me Peralta almost made the big club this spring. Joel's knocking on the door with the departure of Troy Percival to Detroit. It's Francisco Rodriguez, the closer, and Joel Peralta darn near made the Angel big club.
Well, I noted, too, that out in Anaheim, the Angels have been talking again with that first-round draft of a year ago, the pitcher, Weaver.
Yes, Jared Weaver, a curve inside to Collins. It's 1-2. Talking is good, but they still haven't signed him.
No, they're $3 million apart. That's being quite a bit apart.
That's a long ways apart for a guy who's never made a pitch in the professional baseball. A grounder foul past third, and it's still 1-2 to Michael Collins.
Well, Bill Stoneman and Steve Boros being the agent, have met about it, so...
At least they're talking.
If he would sign, that would shuffle things around a bit in the whole system.
Yeah, probably Weaver. I would guess he'd start at Double-A. A ground ball to second, backhanded by Eddie Solis, and he throws from shallow right center and made a terrific play to get Michael Collins. Eddie Solis had to go far to his right, and from shallow right center on the grass, he had enough on his throw to retire Michael Collins. The Kernels go in order. In the bottom of the second inning, Bob will continue to look at how former Kernels are doing in the farm system when the Bees come to bat in the top of the third. After 2, Burlington 2, the Kernels nothing, and this is Kernel Baseball in the zone.
At Zimmerman's, we believe that the voice of the customer speaks the loudest. Let's hear what our customers have to say.
We chose Zimmerman because our family has been buying cars. I guess we're probably the third generation to buy cars here at Zimmerman.
My family's bought 18 cars at Zimmerman's. 18. I ought to get a little bonus or something, wouldn't I?
We build our reputation on one satisfied customer at a time. On behalf of everyone at Zimmerman's, I want to thank you for your business.
Hey, Dad, did you catch the game last night? Wow!
Oh, no, the wind was messing up my dish.
Oh, man, too bad. Maybe next time.
Hey, Dad, did you see that documentary on fire ants? Oh, fantastic stuff.
Oh, no, I had a little problem with the old dish.
Too bad. You really missed something special.
Say, Ted, remember that episode of Nip Tuck last week, the one with the doctor?
No, afraid not. I think it was raining that night or something.
Hi, Teddy.
Hi.
Hey, I saw this romantic movie the other night. It made me think of you.
Oh, I meant to, but I think there was some bad weather going on.
You know, Ted, I could really see getting together once in a while, but, I don't know if I want a dish relationship.
Oh, man. Want a weatherproof way to watch television? Get rid of that dish and call Mediacom to learn about our 12-month $29.95 offers. Call today at 1-800-800-CABLE. That's 1-800-800-CABLE.
On Mother's Day, quickly 2 innings in the book here. The Bees struck for a pair of runs on 2 hits and a Kernel error in the top of the first inning. Jesse Smith retired them in order in the second. On the Kernel side of the ledger, the Kernels had 2 hits in the first inning off starter Patrick Green, but a double play between 2 singles And then the Kernels went down in order in the second inning. Ed Lucas out of Dartmouth is at the plate. And, Bob, I've been chomping at the bit to ask you a little bit about the school that Ed Lucas is from. He was the Ivy League Player of the Year last year with Dartmouth. And when I was a kid, I'd say I was 10 or 11 years old, Illinois was trying to bring their football program back, much as they're trying
Again?
Yes, under Ron Zook. There's a pitch bash foul off the railing of the Papa John's Plaza down the right field line. It's 1-1 to Lucas. And when I was a kid, Illinois dipped into the Ivy League ranks and brought a coach in by the name of Bob Blackman. A bouncer to second. Nate Sutton waits for the third hop and on to first to get his man. Ed Lucas is chopped out to second, and that's 6 in a row retired by Jesse Smith. I believe Bob Blackman came from Dartmouth, and I don't want to say he failed miserably at Illinois. I don't think he was ready going from the Ivy League to the Big Ten to do it successfully.
Well, I knew Bob, and he was a very erudite man, well-educated, and had advanced degrees. And
a base hit up the middle. Jesse Smith waved at it, but Brian McFall is 2 for 2 as he hit that one right on the nose and lined it past Jesse Smith out his outreach glove for a base hit. Did Blackman come from Illinois from Dartmouth?
Yes.
Was he a pretty good fella?
Yes, he was. And I think a very good coach, but he coached the team like you would teach a class in mathematics or a literature course or something like that. And he did have, now this is strictly unofficial, but I think he had 2 pretty good years at Illinois.
I think you're right, Bob. And I credit Bob Blackman for leaving the Ivy League ranks to try coaching in the Big Ten. Rusty Brown waits. A wild throw off the glove of Michael Collins, but Michael's able to corral it about 20 feet to the right of the bag in foul ground. That I don't know if it was so much a wild throw by Jesse Smith or that the runner and Michael Collins got tangled up. I think that's what it was, and the ball came dribbling out of the mid of Michael Collins. For a moment, it looked like McFall would go to second.
Well, they got so tangled up, the runner couldn't even think about going.
McFall has 4 steals in 5 tries. The Bees are 3rd in the league in stolen bases, 37 steals in 28 games. A shot into the right field corner. This is trouble. Madrigal can't get it. He does cut it off on 2 hops, and he prevents the runner from first from scoring. Scooting over to third is Brian McFall on a long single down the right field line. Rusty Brown hit it off the end of the bat, but he was strong enough to drive it down the right field line. When it left the bat, Bob, I thought it was going to get into that right field corner for extra bases.
It didn't have much overspin on it, and 2-0 in favor of Burlington, and they about hit the Kernels 4-2, and the Kernels have committed 1 error, and we have a conference on the mound without Kernan Ronan or Bobby Magianis.
Ben Johnson meeting with his middle infielders and Jesse Smith. Jesse's wearing his red socks up high. Jesse Smith has oversized calves. He has very, very muscular legs, does Jesse Smith. His brother listens in to all the Kernel broadcasts in Lincoln, Nebraska. So does his father. And
nothing like Mark Pryor.
Oh, yeah, Bob. But nothing quite like Pryor, but at least in the same category. Smith is built a little bit like Mark Pryor. You're right. Mark has huge thighs and hamstrings. Huge. Let's see if the Kernels can turn a double play to get out of this 3rd inning jam. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. The Bees lead at 2-0, and Smith misses high with a fastball. 2, Eddie Solis, who walked in the 1st inning. This Mother's Day crowd still getting settled in after enjoying over 300 of them had the brunch. $17 included the ticket to the game. Swatting one foul onto the Miller Mezzanine Terrace for strike 1 is Eddie Solis.
I'm going to go over here shortly and check with Mr. Schulte to see if he can get on his magic box, and we'll find out, try and find out what the St. Paul Saints did today.
At 5:30 in the morning. Bob, how's Jeff Mathis doing? Is he at AAA Salt Lake? Have you found him?
I believe he's in Arkansas.
Okay. Well, Mathis still looks to be the heir apparent to Gold Glover Benji Molina.
Let me take another check on that, though, because
we get lots of questions about Kochman, Mathis, and McPherson. A ground ball base hit into right. No, Nate Sutton makes a terrific stop, whirls and throws the batter out. A run scores, but Nate Sutton took a hit away from Eddie Solis, showing great range to his left. McFall scores. Rusty Brown goes to second. It's 3-0 Burlington. Eddie Solis had a hit taken away from him, with Nate Sutton showing great range to his left to go deep into the hole and take a hit away from Solis. Nate then spun and threw Eddie out.
The latest on Casey Kochman, hitting .223 in 27 games.
With AAA?
Yes, AAA at Salt Lake. He scored 18 runs, had 23 hits. He's had 4 doubles, no triples, 1 homer, 12 runs driven in, walked 19 times, struck out 16 times. And Jeff Mathis is at Salt Lake, too. And this is a very good report for Jeff. In fact, Bill Stoneman told me that Mathis injured his elbow a bit and has missed a couple of games. But he has played in 16 of the Stingers games out in Salt Lake, hitting .365.
Right.
That's good news.
Sure
because
is.
He had difficulty at the plate a year ago.
Fouling one into the screen for strike one is Darwinson Salazar. Now a Jesse Smith changeup taken in the dirt for ball one. Salazar, a right-handed batter, a tall right-handed hitter. He doesn't wear batting gloves, and he bounces one back to the hill. Jesse Smith took a run away from the Bees as he reached high and stabbed it. That ball would have wound up in center field, and with 2 out, Rusty Brown would have scored. But Jesse Smith helped himself with a good fielding play, then threw the batter out.
He certainly did there. He was alert, pounced on that ball, and got his man and saved the ranch in the top half of the 3rd inning, with Beloit taking a 3-0 lead in the game.
The Bees did score a run on 2 hits, and they leave a runner. They've left 3. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, and the Bees now lead the Kernels 3-0. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center reminds you, this Sunday is Mother's Day. Remember your mom with something pretty from Peck's. Your mom will be delighted when she receives flowers and plants from Peck's. Peck's large selection of beautiful fresh flowers is excellent, the best selection in eastern Iowa. Choose from one of Peck's many thoughtful fresh flower bouquets, growing plants, and home and garden accents. Peck's is filled with unique gift items for you to choose from, or bring Mom to Peck's. Let her choose her own gift. Of course, there is always a Peck's gift certificate in all the right sizes. Peck's Flower Shop and Garden Center, at the corner of Blair's and Edgewood Roads Northeast, growing with eastern Iowa since 1956. They're open Monday through Fridays 8 to 8, weekends till 5. Plenty of easy parking.
Knowing who you are is important. At Kirkwood Community College, we know who we are. We are accessibility. We are quality. We are opportunity. We are community. Who are you? We can help you learn. Kirkwood.edu.
Jordan Renz hasn't played in this series. He stands in, and it's 1-1 strike to the Kernel number 8 hitter. Jordan hitting .172 with a homer and 11 RBIs, and he dribbles one foul behind home plate. Al Gruwell, our official scorer, came in and whispered to Bob and I that the St. Paul Saints 5:30 a.m. game this morning ended after 9 innings at 6-6 tie. It was called because of rain, so let's hope that didn't ruin Mike Veck's plans, Bob, for a post-game brunch.
Well, it didn't, because he wasn't going to serve it.
That's right.
He was letting them get away for church and then whatever else.
A little tap over the pitcher's mound, and The second baseman, Eddie Solis, has been playing pepper with Colonel batters this afternoon. Can you believe that is 1, 2, 3, 4 assists at second base for Eddie Solis? One away here in the Colonel third inning for Jason Ramos. It's 3-0 in favor of Burlington. Bob is taking a look at how some familiar names that played here as Kernels are doing on their way up the ladder in the Los Angeles system. And Bob, as far as Double-A goes, I wondered if you could check on Tommy Murphy. He was a fine shortstop here.
Yes, he's hitting .274 at Arkansas with the dear old Arkansas Travelers.
A ground ball backhanded at first by big Miguel Vega, and he feeds the pitcher covering for a 3-1 putout, and that is now that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row retired on ground balls by this hurler, Patrick Green.
Getting back to Jeff Mathis for a moment, he has played in 16 games. He's had 63 at-bats. He scored 15 runs, had 23 hits, 7 doubles, 1 triple, 5 homers, 17 runs driven in. He's walked 5 times, struck out 13 times, stolen 2 bases. So for a catcher, those are good numbers.
Matty will be an angel in a matter of a couple of seasons. Sean Rodriguez got things started for the Kernels positively when he singled into left in the first inning, but he was erased in a double play. Sean has taken a ball, and now he grounds one foul outside third. Colonel skipper Bobby Magallanes fielded it. Sean Rodriguez dumps one into right down the line, and that's a 2-out single. Sean Rodriguez is 2 for 2 as he singles in front of Brian McFall, and that base hit by the Colonel, Sean's second of the day, and the Colonel third. Nate Sutton, the batter, with the Kernels down here in the home half of the third, 3-0.
That's Cedar Rapids' third hit. So the Kernels down 3-0. Let's see if they can manufacture something with 2 out. The Arkansas Travelers are 17-11. Game and a half behind Tulsa, the Drillers.
Strike one on the outside corner, the left-handed hitting Nate Sutton.
Interesting names in that Texas League. The Corpus Christi Hooks.
They're drawing very well on that southeastern part of the state of Texas. Beautiful beaches down there in Corpus Christi.
Obviously, it'd be the San Antonio Missions.
Ball one is low to Sutton.
San Antonio, great town. It's getting its due, hosting major college events, plus professional basketball.
Yeah, people tell me the Spurs are the best-run organization in the NBA, from top to bottom.
I wouldn't be surprised.
A let-up is a beauty. Strike 2 called to Nate Sutton. Runner at first, 2 away, bottom of the third, and Burlington leads at 3-0. It's an overcast but warm Sunday, Mother's Day here. Ann and Eric Kern are in their traditional spots down. There goes the runner, and a pitch fouled off to the left by Sutton, out of play. Ann and Eric are longtime season ticket holders, and they're sitting right next to the Colonel dugout enjoying this action.
Ball 1 and strike 2 on the left-handed hitting Nate Sutton with a runner at first base, and right now the wind is calm.
Yes, it's calmed down considerably, Bob. That flag in right center is barely ruffling. 400 feet to dead center, and there goes the runner, and a swing and a miss by Nate Sutton. Sutton's down on strikes, and that ends the Colonel third inning. No runs, a 2-out single, 1 hit. There were no B errors, and the Kernels leave a runner. We've stranded 2. Bob Brooks will be along, and he'll be hosting a special guest from Cleveland Elementary School. A little girl has come up. I'll give Bob her name, and Bob will take it from there. Bob Brooks with the middle 3 innings this afternoon. On Mother's Day, after 3, Kernels trail Burlington 3-0. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
We're a nation on wheels. Cars are an absolute necessity in our society. Because we drive so much, accidents are bound to occur. Your Pekin insurance professional, Tanya Sedlock at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, can help protect you from a large financial loss when an accident happens. See Tanya Sedlock at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency about low-cost auto insurance from Pekin Insurance. Depend on your hometown Pekin insurance professional, Tanya Sedlock, at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
For just 45 cents a day, you can have 8 weeks of the Wall Street Journal delivered to your home or office every business day. That's just 45 cents a day for the insights, analysis, and news relevant to the business of your life. Every business day, the Wall Street Journal delivers the top news from every market, industry, and corner of the globe. But because life isn't just business, the Journal's innovative personal journal section translates today's news into the useful information you need to save time and money. From scoring travel discounts to better banking deals, Personal Journal provides practical guidance you can use. Call now and take advantage of the Journal's special introductory offer. Save 55% off the Journal's newsstand price when you order an 8-week subscription for just 45 cents a day. This offer is available for a limited time to new subscribers in the continental U.S. Don't miss out. Call 800-791-8833. That's 800-791-8833 for the Wall Street Journal.
Back at the ballpark. Burlington out in front with a score of 3-0. And on the mound for the Cedar Rapids Kernels, starting the 4th inning, will be Jesse Smith. 3 runs have scored on 4 hits for Burlington. And Kennard Springer, who grounded out the left fielder batting 190, right-handed hitter, becomes the first man to face Smith in the top of the 4th inning. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a fly ball down the right field line, curving foul, and it's out of play. So the count goes along to strike 1. And as John told you, we welcome to our broadcast booth on this Mother's Day a little angel, Angelina Chadwick of the Cleveland Elementary School in the Cedar Rapids district. And Angelina's out here to take in a ball game on a swing and a fly ball to center. Deeply hit. Rodriguez is there. And a one-handed catch going away from the outfield towards the warning track results in out number 1. Angelina, we always have to know how old you are. Besides giggling, okay? How old? 8. 8? And that translates to what grade at Cleveland?
2nd.
Okay. What is the highlight? What do you look forward to at Cleveland in 2nd grade?
Reading.
Reading? And do you have a favorite book?
Chapter book.
Okay. Is that mainly pictures or mostly reading?
Mostly reading.
That's good. You remember the Cedar Rapids Kernels in the Gazette reading program?
Yes.
And so you will, if you read this summer, get some prizes and come out to some more ball games, okay?
Okay.
What's your teacher's name?
Mrs. Smith.
And she has been there a while at Cleveland, do you think? Or is this her first year?
She's been there for a while.
Okay. Well, you're doing extremely well up here with us. We appreciate that. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
I have a brother.
Younger or older?
Younger.
Younger. Well, he is not in school yet?
He's in school.
What grade? Kindergarten or?
Kindergarten.
Uh-huh. After a ground out to first base by Vega, the next batter is retired 5-3, and that's the story with nothing across in the first half of the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And at the end of 2.5, it is 3, the Bees, nothing for Cedar Rapids. We'll be back with Colonel Baseball. You're listening to the broadcast today on this Mother's Day, and good wishes to all mothers. You're listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Before you hit the waves, come in and save. at the Sea-Doo Make a Splash Spring event. Get great deals on Sea-Doo personal watercrafts like the Room for 3 RXT, the most powerful personal watercraft on the market. Get 2.9% financing for up to 72 months, or low payments of $29 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. Find a Sea-Doo dealer at Sea-Doo.com. Sea-Doo, leave everything else behind.
Promotion ends 5/31/05. See dealer for complete offer details. Riders must be at least 16 years of age and have taken a training course.
Let's go forward, shall we? And your teenager is now in their 20s, so stoned they can't move, which is how they spent college and why they didn't finish and get the job they deserved or the friends. Wish you could do it over again? You can. If you know your child is smoking pot and drinking, do something. Visit theantidrug.com or call 1-800-788-2800 because life doesn't rewind. Action. The Anti-Drug.
Sponsored by the ONDCP and the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
There's a toll-free way you can call the KCRG TV9 News team with your news tips. Just dial 365-9999. 365-9999. It's Newsline 9, and it's your direct line to the TV9 newsroom. Call us with breaking news, interesting story ideas, weather information, or sports scores. When you see news happen anywhere in eastern Iowa, remember this number, 365-9999. Newsline 9. It makes you a part of the KCRG TV9 News team.
The first pitch to Freddy Sandoval, batting .280, is inside and low for a ball. Ball one and no strikes. 2 runs in the first by Burlington, 1 in the third. Here's the pitch and a high fly ball. An easy catch by Springer in left field, and one man is out. We're talking with Angela Chadwick of the Cleveland Elementary School here in Cedar Rapids on this special day. What did you do for your mom today?
I gave her a card, and it had a coupon book, and I gave her a cup of coffee.
Oh, well, moms have to have that. That is special in the morning. Curveball is outside for ball one. I imagine she was very appreciative, wasn't she?
Yes.
Oh, yes. There's a ground ball back of third. Lasone fires in time for the out at first, and 2 men are gone.
Catcher number 33,
Angela, let's talk about recess. What do you like to do there? You play soccer, or?
I don't play any sport.
You don't?
No.
You go to the jungle gym or something like that? Or?
Well, I like to do gymnastics.
Well, that's good. That's a sport, and a very tough one and a very good one, especially for youngsters growing up. Teaches you a lot of things. You like tumbling?
Yes.
Okay. Count is even now at ball one and strike one to Johnson, the catcher. Ben Johnson stands in there, a couple of home runs, 254 hitter, fastball, misses on the inside, and it's 2 balls and a strike to Johnson. If he gets on, Madrigal will be next. The Kernels are 3 runs in arrears. 3-0. The pitch swung on, weakly hit to the right side. Again, Eddie Solis fires, and he's been the busiest man around today at second base as the Kernels round out second to first, 3 up and 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. We've completed 4. And Angela, thanks so much for joining us. I think you came up for the pop, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for a little pop, a little refreshment, and Angela Chadwick has joined us up here. Thank you, Angela. You're a very, very nice little girl. We'll be back with more from the ballpark where Burlington leads Cedar Rapids 3-0. You're listening to Colonel Baseball on the Zone.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was a news anchor for Channel 2. You may also have seen me driving around Cedar Rapids in my Honda Accord. Well, I retired from broadcasting, but I haven't given up my Honda. For years, I've told friends they should consider owning a Honda, specifically from Randy Keel Honda. Randy is a local dealer with 13 years of experience in matching drivers to the right vehicle. He has a fine selection of new Hondas as well as quality pre-owned vehicles. And more than just a reliable service department, Randy Keel Honda offers Honfidence, a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty on every new vehicle sold. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. And you can do more homework by logging on to Randy's website at www.randykeel.com. I'm a satisfied Honda owner, and I'm sure you will be too. See Randy Keel Honda today on Centerpoint Road Northeast.
Everyone wants their print and copy needs to be done right and to be done on time. Copyworks will meet those expectations. Copyworks will see to it that your work is of the highest quality. They'll do that by consulting with you at your place of work. Copyworks stands behind their work for you. It will be done right and it will be done on time. You can count on Copyworks to come through for you. When it's important to you, Copyworks lets your work shine through. Copyworks, Copyworks.
First batter for the Burlington Bees will be Mario Lasone, the third baseman. Made a nice play on a ground ball back of third. Now Jesse Smith winds and fires, and there's a swing and a hard-hit ground ball knocked down by Sandoval. Picks it up but can't make the play in time. It'll be a base hit for Lasone. That puts a runner at first base for Burlington and brings up Ed Lucas, the shortstop. Singled and scored in the first and grounded out in the third inning. We've been talking about Cedar Rapids Kernels graduates going up the ladder in minor league baseball, most recently with the Arkansas Travelers, who are 17-11 in the Texas League. And you might remember that magical duo at short and second for the Kernels in Eric Ibar and Alberto Callaspo. Well, they're doing well at Arkansas, back together again. They were not on the same team a year ago. Now the stretch, the look by Smith, and the pitch is over to first base to try and pick him off. The runner is back in time. Now the wind has picked up a bit on an overcast afternoon with the perfect temperature here at the ballpark. At the belt, here's the pitch. Ball is bunted foul back of home plate, and it's strike one. Eric Ibar batting .277, Alberto Callaspo .294. 17 runs driven in by Callaspo, 13 by Ibar. Mike Elward, who played here, is batting .239. Tommy Murphy, .274. Mike Napoli, .268. Greg Porter, you remember him, the Texas A&M football player, as a balk has been called on Jesse Smith, and now Ben Johnson will go out to the mound. That's the second balk called in this series against Cedar Rapids Kernels pitching. Runner at second now, Beloit leading 3-0 in the first half of the fifth inning. Porter is batting .326. He could hardly hit 200 in Cedar Rapids, but he was torn in those days between professional football and professional baseball. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul back into the net, and the count moves along to strike two. But Porter finally decided, after a tryout with the Texans, that, hey, I think my best route is professional baseball. The stretch, here's the pitch. Swung on. Little fly ball into shallow center, and it dropped between Rodriguez and Sutton for a base hit. That is the second Texas League fly ball that has dropped in between the fielders for a base hit. So now we have runners at first and third for Burlington, and the Bees have themselves 6 hits and a 3-0 lead. Porter has played 26 games at the Arkansas Travelers. That's a AA classification. He has scored 10 runs. He's had 30 hits. He has had 6 doubles. He has had 5 walks in the series and 5 runs driven in. He struck out a little more than they'd like, 19 times. And they would like to have him hit for power. He's big enough to do that, and so far has not hit a home run at Arkansas. Here's the pitch. Swung on, change of pace, and that moves the count along to strike 2. Nobody out. Runners at first and third. Jesse Smith on the mound. Sandoval at third. Ramos at short. Sutton at second. Collins at first. Around the infield at double play depth. Outfield is straight away. Curveball is low. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. Jonathan Rowenhorst, who pitched here in Cedar Rapids, is 3-1 at Arkansas and a fine ERA of 2.03. Stephen Shell is 1-2. He pitched here, of course, an ERA of 4.01. And David von Sturzbach is 1-1 with a 4.97 ERA. So we've covered the Arkansas Travelers and the Salt Lake City Stingers, and this pitch is inside, the count 2-1. Right-handed hitting. Brian Westfall, the right fielder. He has doubled, singled, and scored twice. Batting .242, and the average is going up. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Ground ball foul outside of third. Skipper Jim Gabella watched it sail by down towards the bullpen area, down the left field line. Ball 2, strike 2. Burlington leading, and the double check of the runners by Jesse Smith comes up empty. Runners not taking big leads at either first or third. No use to with nobody out. Stretch. Here's the pitch. Inside. Bounces away and might have hit the batter. It did. Ball came in on the fist, right on the handle of the bat, and it hit both the batter and the bat, and consequently hit by a pitch ball. That is the first hitter that Smith has plunked today. But as we've indicated, that has been a virus from Major League Baseball down to this league this year. Kernan Ronan, the pitching coach, comes out with the bases loaded. Obviously, Smith again on the magic pitch count. And nobody warming up in the Colonel bullpen. Smith 1-1 on the year, 3.00 ERA. Sign given by Ben Johnson. Here's the pitch by Smith. Sails outside to the right-handed hitter, Rusty Brown. He walked in the first. He singled in the third. He's batting .280. Has 11 runs driven in. Stands up in the batter's box a bit and hits a hard-hit ground ball into center field that will score 2. 1 run is scoring. Here's the play at the plate. Slides. He is safe. Johnson picks up the ball, throws to second. Runner is out at second base. Ben Johnson throws to the shortstop, Ramos, and wandering too far off the bag was McFall, and consequently he goes down after Lasone and Ed Lucas score. That going from Rodriguez in center field to the catcher Johnson to Ramos at short, and 1 man is out, and still down at first is Rusty Brown, and Burlington ups the lead to 5-0. These 5, Cedar Rapids nothing, curve ball for a strike over the outside corner. Eddie Solis walked in the first, grounded out in the second, and he has been mainly a glove man in this game. Stretch, here's the pitch. Takes it low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Solis had about 4 opportunities in this game to get runners on ground balls and has taken care of that. 2-run scoring single by Rusty Brown of the Burlington Bees. Here's the pitch. Strike, it's called, over the outside corner. This is the 3rd game of the Cedar Rapids-Burlington series. The finale will be tomorrow night at 6:30. Curveball is too low for a ball. Taking a look at the press guide for the Kansas City Royals, the names are pretty much unrecognizable in the front office. There's a drive into right field for a base hit. Solis goes down to first base, and trotting in at second is Rusty Brown. That'll be the 8th hit that Burlington has recorded here. Runners now at first and second with 1 out. That brings up Salazar. Salazar got on base on a fielder's choice and then grounded out in the 3rd. This pitch almost plunked him. It's inside for a ball. Looking at the press guide for John Wathen's name. He's been a special scout over the years since his playing days ended and a broadcaster for the Kansas City Royals, but at the moment I did not find his name in the press guide. Here's the pitch. Swung on and driven foul. Hit pretty well, but foul down the left field line. 1 out, 2 on, 2 in. Top of the 3rd. A run scored for Burlington. Top of the 1st, 2 runs scored for Burlington. And now 2 more have come home. Jesse Smith on the mound. Salazar hitting 169. Tall, right-handed batter. This pitch is outside and low to make it 3-1. Salazar hit into a fielder's choice in the 1st inning, and the Kernels made an error on the play. There is ball 4, and that will load him up. Rusty Brown is down at 3rd. Solis is down at 2nd, and Salazar at 1st, and that brings up Kennard Springer, who grounded out and flied out, 190 batter. Burlington isn't exactly blessed with a bunch of guys knocking the cover off the ball, but the Cedar Rapids Kernels will send a pitcher down to the bullpen, and that will be Francisco Cordova. Cordova getting ready to warm up. As the 7th man to bat here in the top half of the 5th inning, comes on for Burlington in a 5-0 game. Now the stretch. Here's the pitch. Curved, driven into left field. It's well hit towards the wall. That's going to score a pickup. 1 run is scoring. 2 runs are scoring. Rounding 3rd is Salazar. He'll score. And 3 more runs have come in to make it 8-0. Springer cleaned up the bases here at the ballpark with a solid double over the head of Rentz in left field. It bounced on the warning track up against the wall, and they touched them all. So 5 runs have come in to score in this inning, and it's 8-0 in favor of Burlington, and the batter is Miguel Vega. Called out on strikes and hit to the first baseman, pitcher making the play in the last at bat. There's a swing and a miss on a curveball by Vega. So again, Burlington, a weak hitting ball club, gets the opportune hits when they strike with men on. There's a strike that's called. Still only 1 out. Runner at second base on the double by Kennard Springer. That would be his 3rd double of the year and his 6th run driven in. This pitch is outside. And the count moves along to a ball and 2 strikes now to Vega. At the belt, here's the pitch. Vega grounds it foul down into the bullpen in left field. Eight runs. And the Bees have manufactured 9 hits. Now the sign given. The pitch to Vega is outside. Ball 2, strike 2. Now the stretch. Here's the pitch. Curved low and outside. Way wide. Ball 3, strike 2. Miguel Vega batting .246. Well, after 3 looks at this Burlington club, they do have some prospects around. Especially Louis Cota, who pitched last night. Not a great deal of power has been exhibited by either team in this series. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Outside, ball 4. So Smith continues to struggle as he walks another man, and Cordova continues to warm up. Runners at first and second with 1 out, and the batter now will be the catcher, Robert Brenner. Johnson goes out. Vernon Ronan comes up to the edge of the dugout steps to take a look at the bullpen to see if Cordova's ready. And he is, and here comes Bobby Magallanes, and we're going to have a pitching change. So that'll be it for Jesse Smith. He's pitched here into the 5th inning of the game. He's gone 4 1/3 in this game. He has allowed the 8 runs and has given up 9 hits. And here comes Francisco Cordova. Francisco Cordova is 6'3", 231 pounds. Out of Mexico, was at Provo last year, and Magallanes will see if Cordova can silence the Burlington Bees here. At the moment in the Midwest League in the Eastern Division, the South Bend Silverhawks have won 18 and lost 11. They are 11-5 at home in South Bend, and they have a half-game lead on the Wizards of Fort Wayne, who are 17-11. Lansing is 17-12. And the other three teams, Southwest Michigan, West Michigan, and Dayton, well below 500. Dayton and the Cedar Rapids Kernels have about the same record, as Cedar Rapids next weekend will be in Dayton for a 4-game series. Their only visit, I would think, to Dayton this season. In the West, in the Midwest League, the Lumber Kings of Clinton. They have won 19 and lost 10, and they have won 10 and lost 4 at home. Wisconsin Timber Rattlers are 16-13, 3 back. Beloit came in here and won 3 out of 4. They're a game above 500. Swing of the Quad Cities, 2 games below 500. Then Cedar Rapids and Kane County and Burlington are all in there at below 500. Burlington 12-16, Cedar Rapids 12-17, Kane County 12-16. Peoria bringing up the rear at 12-17, but the Kernels are knocking on that door, the last place position today. Cordova's warmed up now, he's ready, and the right-handed batter stands in. Strike gets called over the outside corner. Hit batsman, couple of walks, and 4 base hits did in Jesse Smith, as another strike is called on Robert Granta, the catcher. He's grounded out twice, third to first both times. So Sandoval is ready for another one. This pitch will come in outside, and it is off the corner below the knees for a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2. The finale of the homestay tomorrow at 6:30. Here's the stretch and the pitch. Low and outside, we go to 2-2. Runners at first and second, Springer at second base. There's a ball that's too low. Full count. Ball 3 and strike 2. Here in the first half of the 5th inning, looking around, Cordova. Francisco gets ready and steps off the pitching rubber as the batter steps out of the box. Time is called, and Ben Johnson goes out to the mound to get the signal straight. Outfield is bunched towards center. They do not guard either the left field or right field line, where it's 325 feet down the line. 390 to right center, 400 to straightaway center, 407, left center, 378. Here's the pitch, and 315 to the pavilion seats down the left field line. Ball 4. So Cordova got 2 quick strikes on the Burlington catcher, and then let him off the hook with a walk to first, and the cushions are crammed in Cedar Rapids with bees on this Mother's Day, as Mario Lasone steps in there. Now the pitch, low and outside for a ball. Ball 1 and no strikes. Well, we've taken a look at the Arkansas Travelers and the Salt Lake City Stingers. Let's see what Rancho Cucamonga has been doing in the Angels organization. There's a swing and a foul ball back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Rancho Quakes are 14-14. 2.5 games back of the Lake Elsinore Storm that used to be the farm club of the Anaheim Angels. There's a swing when they were the Anaheim Angels and a miss. Ball 1 and strike 2. to Mario Lasone. He is the 10th batter in the inning. He opened it up with a single, went to second on a balk, then scored. Otherwise, he's grounded out and flied out. At the belt, 8-0 Burlington. Curveball off the corner. Ball 2, strike 2 now. The star of the show at Rancho Cucamonga is the Cedar Rapids shortstop of last year, Brandon Wood. Swing and a ground ball to the second baseman. Flip for 1, relay 2, and that is it. Short to second to first. Double play ground ball by Mario Lasone. 6-4-3. As the second baseman made the nice pivot, Ramos came up with the ball, threw to Sutton. He relayed it to Collins at first. So make it 6-4-3, and that retires the Burlington Bees. Not until they plate 5 runs on 5 base hits. 8-0. And yes, there is a John Rogers. I can't believe it. We'll go to the last half of the 5th inning. We'll take this time out as you're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
A triple play, a rarity on the diamond, but produced successfully every day at South Slope Communications in North Liberty. The South Slope Communications triple play consists of voice, video, and data communications for your home or business. Achieve your communications triple play with South Slope Communications. South Slope is committed to providing the latest communications technology to their members while continuing to give service second to none. South Slope can provide your home or business with just about everything that connects you to information. Digital wireless phones, long-distance plans, data home and business wiring, video conferencing, dial-up and high-speed internet service, fiber optic installation and termination, and coming soon to all local servicing areas, digital video TV service. South Slope also rents out a beautiful community center event room in their magnificent new building in North Liberty. When you need anything in the communications field, select South Slope Communications. Visit them at southslope.com.
Well, I'll tell you, there was nothing like seeing Touchdown Jesus looking down on the stadium, right? Walking through the tunnel in the Coliseum is something you never forget playing for USC, especially against a team like
the roar of the crowd when you enter the horseshoe for the first time is something I'll never forget.
Mike Golick, Sean Salisbury,
Kirk Herbstreit,
defensive end, quarterback,
Notre
Dame, class of 85, Southern Cal, 1986,
Ohio State, 1992.
Now, they're all on our team. The College Football Experience on ESPN Radio.
So we start the last half of the 5th inning with Warren Madrigal swinging and missing on the first pitch. Cedar Rapids in arrears, 8 runs. Now the windup, and here's the pitch. This one is outside for a ball. Out at Rancho, I was talking about Brandon Wood. He's batting .345 as a shortstop. There's a swing and a foul around the sweet seats there at the ballpark that, incidentally, can be a sweet deal for you this summer. There are some suites that can be rented. There's a hot shot. The pitcher grabs it. What have I got? Hey, I got an out. Madrigal lines hard to Pat Green. Patrick didn't know he had it. Look what I got, Ma. And 1 out. Here's Collins, the first baseman. Rancho Melgareo is batting .178 out at Rancho. Matt Polly is batting .274. B.J. Weed, 185. Bobby Wilson, 324. That's a good start for him in 23 games. First pitch was a ball. The next pitch is a called strike over the outside corner. 1 out for the Kernels. 1 ball, 1 strike to Collins, the first baseman, inning 277. Fly ball, rather deep to right field. There is McFall, who hauls it in, still on the edge of the grass in front of the warning track out there, and 2 men are gone. That brings up Rentz, the left fielder. He grounded out. the third inning. Brandon Wood has been at bat 119 times already at Rancho. There's a ball that's outside, or a strike, rather. Give him an outside corner shot on that for called strike one. This one is in the same spot, but a little bit lower, and it's 1-1. Wood has had 12 home runs. There's a swing and a foul back. He was a slightly built, tall Marty Marion type shortstop. But all of a sudden he's come up with 12 home runs out in Rancho, where the air must be thinner. Here's the pitch. Inside and high for a ball. Ball two, strike two. Rents, 172, one homer, 11 runs driven in. The pitch, curveball, sliced foul off to the right. Ball two, strike two. Brandon has 28 runs driven in, plus those 12 home runs, 8 doubles, and a couple of triples. The pitch, off the corner at the knees. We go 3-2 with the third hitter in the last half of the fifth inning for CR in Rents. Outfield straight away. There's a strike, it's called, and Rents is called out on strikes. 3 up and 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And Pat Green has been sailing along. He's not won a game this year, has a 3.07 ERA, and we have completed now 5 innings with Burlington leading by the score of 8-0 going into round 6. You're listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
So, you finally get home from one of those impossibly stressful days. You're exhausted, your feet hurt, and you throw yourself on the couch to relax and read the Gazette. You've scanned the headlines, read a couple advice columns, and are enjoying the local stories in the community section. You're getting ready to look through the inserts to see where the big sales are this week when it hits you. It's nearly dinner time and you don't have anything planned. But then, just as you start to panic, salvation. A coupon in the Gazette with a 2-for-1 pizza special. You grab the phone and make the call. The kids will be happy. Your husband will be impressed with the great deal you got. And best of all, you'll get another 20 minutes of quiet time to read the Gazette.
Want to know more than me? Less than $20 a month will get you there. Call 398-8333 today to subscribe to the Gazette.
The Gazette. Now you know.
Well, I'll tell you, there was nothing like seeing Touchdown Jesus looking down on the stadium, right? Walking through the tunnel in the Coliseum is something you never forget. Playing for USC, especially against a team like...
The roar of the crowd when you enter the horseshoe for the first time is something I'll never forget.
Mike Golick, Sean Salisbury,
Kirkstreet,
defensive end, quarterback, Notre Dame, class of 85, Southern Cal, 1986,
Ohio State, 1992.
Now, they're all on our team. The College Football Experience on ESPN Radio.
Round 6 here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. We've been talking about some of the Colonel graduates who have moved along the baseball ladder. Ed Lucas, 275 batter, 7 runs driven in, and today 2 for 3 and 2 runs scored. First pitch for a ball. This one settles low and outside, and it's ball 2 and no strikes. Kelvin Escobar doesn't have anything going for him. There is, out at Rancho, there's a ball outside, has no record to date. Michael Samard stands at 2-1 with a high ERA as a Colonel grad. There's a strike. So we move along to ball 3 and strike 1. The pitch. Strike, it's called. Ball 3, strike 2. Iowa beating Minnesota this afternoon in the 8th inning. Going to take 3 out of 4 if it stands up from the Gophers. High bouncer to the shortstop. Ramos fires in time for the out. Lucas grounds out from short to first, and that brings up Brian McFall, who doubled and scored in the first, singled in the third, and was hit by a pitch ball last time up in the fifth inning when 10 men batted and 5 scored. The pitch outside for a ball. Well, a cursory look. We've been taking about an hour to go through these stats of former Kernel players. There's a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. And a cursory view of all of this would seem to be that at the higher level, there's a curve. Did he go more than halfway around? Yes, he did. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brian McFall. Here's the pitch. Just outside. Ball 2, strike 2. Top of the 6th inning. And to get back to the organization, it looks as if they're well-stocked at AAA, AA. Another ground ball to Ramos. Picked the throw in time. 2 gone. McFall grounds out Ramos to Collins. That brings up Rusty Brown, the DH. He's had 2 base hits and has walked. So he's been on base every time, but he has not crossed the plate, but 8 other Burlington Bees have. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Iowa lost the first game of the series to Minnesota 4-3. Then won 2 games yesterday, 10-9 and 3-1. They're winning today in the 8th at Dwayne Banks Field, 7-3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rusty Brown, the batter. And the pitch. Low and outside for a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Nobody on and 2 men out. Left side of the infield, Sandoval playing very deep at short. Ground ball again to Ramos. He backhands it, throws in time, and a busy inning for Ramos, the Kernel shortstop. He fields flawlessly and throws out 3 base runners, Lucas, McFall, and Brown of Burlington. We've completed 5.5. No runs, no hits, no errors, and none left. And we go to the last half of the 6th inning here at the ballpark with the score, Burlington 8 and the Cedar Rapids Kernels nothing. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Wouldn't it be great to have someone to always watch out for your changing financial needs for your entire life?
Congratulations, it's a girl. Oh, and a boy.
To help you through all those unexpected moments, well, if you have a guaranteed banker...
Dad, I borrowed your last 20.
You already have that someone.
See you at dinner, Mom.
But I need the car.
Your guaranteed banker can help you with everything from checking and savings...
Mom, Dad, I got in.
...to loans and retirement planning...
This is the life.
...to trusts and estate planning.
I'd sure like to leave something to the grandchildren.
So why not stop by your locally owned Guarantee Bank and let us help you with your kind of financial life?
Guarantee Bank.
For your kind of life.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, I'll tell you, there was nothing like seeing Touchdown Jesus looking down on the stadium, right? You know, walking through the tunnel in the Coliseum is something you never forget. Playing for USC, especially against a team like
The roar of the crowd when you enter the horseshoe for the first time is something I'll never forget.
Mike Golick, Sean Salisbury,
Kirkstreet,
defensive end, quarterback,
Notre
Dame, class of 85, Southern Cal, 1986,
Ohio State, 1992.
Now, they're all on our team. The College Football Experience on ESPN Radio.
Fly ball hit by Ramos over McFall's head in right field. Bounces up against the fence, and it'll be a double. The Kernel's 4th hit. Well, Ramos made all of the putouts in the top of the inning, and he opens up the last half of the 6th with a solid double to right field. That brings up Sean Rodriguez, who has had 2 singles in the game. And for Pat Green, he delivers outside for a ball, and the Burlington pen becomes busy with 2 right-handers warming up. Now the stretch, the pitch. Curve is low and outside, and the catcher will call time. Runner goes out to the mound to confer. 8-0 Burlington, last half of the 6th inning, and runner at second base. We'll see if Ramos, with his fielding and then with his bat, gets something started. He leads at second. The pitch. Strike is called over the outside corner. Ball 2 and strike 1. Here's the pitch. Too low across the heart of the plate, but below the knees. Ball 3 and strike 1. So another wide one, and the Kernels would have 2 base runners with nobody out. Here's the delivery. Strike gets called. The outside corner. Rodriguez thought it was ball 4. Steps out of the batter's box disgustedly and taps the end of the bat on home plate and gets ready to see what comes on the next offering by Green. This one was over the outside corner, but a little bit too low, and Green didn't like the call on that. So on one pitch, the batter doesn't like it. The next pitch, the pitcher doesn't like it, and trotting down to first base is Rodriguez. And in fact, the Kernels have 2 base runners now, with Sutton hit into a double play in the first and struck out in the 3rd inning. Here's a look in the pitch for a strike call, breaking ball over the outside corner. 2 on, nobody out. Last half of the 6th inning. Overcast day, but the temperature just perfect. There's a short drive into center field, and 2-string catch not made by the center fielder. And now to third base with the bases loaded. Rodriguez goes to first. To third is Ramos. At second base is Sutton. And the Kernels have themselves, or Sutton is at first base, rather, with Rodriguez at second. The bases are loaded with Kernels in the last half of the 6th inning. And Pat Green, who breezed through 5, now has himself a peck of trouble in the last half of the 6th inning. And Burlington now has still the 2 right-handers warming up. Nobody out. The bases loaded on a dump single by Sutton into center field. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the left of the second baseman. Can't get it. 1 run will score. Coming in to score the second run is Rodriguez. All hands are safe, and the Kernels make it an 8-2 ball game on a bouncer with the infield drawn in. Eddie Solis, who has played well at second base, reached for this one, came off the end of his glove, bounced into right field, and Ramos and Rodriguez scored easily. Going to second base with Sutton. Sandoval with a base hit is down at first. And the Kernels dent the scoreboard, now trailing 8-2. That brings up Toussaint. 2 on and nobody out, and the breaking ball is a ball outside. Ball 1 and no strikes. Runners lead at first and second. Here's the pitch. There is a ball that is outside again. And I would think that this would be the last batter that Green will face if he doesn't get him out. Toussaint batting .283, swings, double play ground ball to second baseman, over to the second baseman. For 1, the relay to first, and it goes short to second to first. Lucas Solis Vega, 6-4-3. And going to third on the play is Nate Sutton. We've talked so much about the second baseman in this game that you would think every ball would go there. In reality, that went to the shortstop, who flipped it close to the bag, and the relay in plenty of time. 2 men are out. The Kernels have plated 2. Here's Johnson. Swings on a changeup, and Green still hangs on out there on the mound. We want to talk to you about the signature meal at the Spring House, the hot beef sandwich that's served with a blend of mashed potatoes and smothered with gravy. Woo-hoo. There's a strike it's called, and we move along to strike 2. That's at the Spring House, one of Cedar Rapids' special places. Let's gather at the Spring House for their specialty. High fly ball hit to left field by Johnson. He's there, the left fielder. Springer makes the catch, and the side is retired. So a brief flurry by the Kernels. They get 2 runs home, and they had 3 hits in the inning. One, Ramos's double, deep right field. So there are 2 runs. And there were 3 hits. No errors. And 1 man left on. We've completed 6. 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Burlington, 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Cedar Rapids. You're listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
You know, there are zillions of computers out there, but they all take you to the same spot, the Internet. So why would you pay AOL almost $24 a month when you can get there on Net Zero for only $9.95? With Net Zero, you get reliable, unlimited access with spam control and email virus protection, all for less than half the cost of AOL. Net Zero even ranks higher in customer satisfaction. Go to netzero.com or call 877-NET-ZERO to sign up and start saving today.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Mark Schlereth from NFL Live. He brought some gifts to the table today. It's actually a DVD. He's sort of the Tom Amansky of offensive linemen.
That's exactly what I am.
Okay, you teach people how to cheat, hold, bite, kick,
leg whip. These are. I made a series of DVDs in the off season.
And so did Paris Hilton.
Right. Well,
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio.
Well, the skies have darkened here on Mother's Day, and with Bob Brooks, I'm John Rogers. Great to rejoin you. Bob brought you through the middle 3, including a nice visit with our friend Angelina from Cleveland Elementary. Not so good for the Kernels this afternoon on the scoreboard. We're down 8-2. Here's a high pop foul drifting towards the backstop, and just over the backstop, beyond the reach of Ben Johnson down below. 8-2 in favor of Burlington. Bob told you about the signature dish at the Spring House, and that signals our Spring House Family Restaurant baseball trivia question. If you've been one of our 14 previous winners, congratulations. Please don't call in this afternoon. A swing and a miss by Eddie Solis from Francisco Cordova. And when Bob gives the phone number, please don't call until the end of this B7th inning. That way I can answer the phone. Steve, Reich 3. Cordova gets Eddie Solis. Good morning, good noon, good night, and one gone here in the 7th inning. Bob, our Springhouse Family Restaurant baseball trivia question has to do with a current manager who used to manage the Royals.
Well, let's give the Springhouse another mention, too. A family restaurant located at 3980 Center Point Road, Northeast. All right, for the Springhouse, here it is. The current big league manager skippered the Royals to an 88-74 second place AL West finish 32 years ago. That 1973.
Here's a comeback.
Who is it?
underneath the glove of the pitcher, but there's the shortstop Ramos, who retired the side with assist in the 6th inning. Jason Ramos backing up his pitcher. Cordova threw out Darwinson Salazar. 2 gone in the 7th. As well, we asked you not to call until the end of this inning, and Bob, I'll have...
Just a second. 896-7589, the number. 896-7589. I can answer the phone.
Okay, and Bob, I'll put it back on. We had a premature call, but if that caller, now that Bob's given the number, this current manager managed the Royals 32 years ago to a second-place finish in the AL West. The batter is Kennard Springer. And he takes outside from Cordova. 1 ball, 1 strike to Kennard Springer. A high drive foul off to the right. And it's 1-2 to Kennard. Our Springhouse trivia question, this current big league manager, he's managing right now in the big leagues. Well, 32 years ago, he managed the Kansas City Royals, and he managed them to a second-place finish in the AL West. A one-hopper to the left side. Freddy Sandoval cuts it off and throws out Kennard Springer. An easy 1-2-3 inning for right-hander Francisco Cordova. Bob is standing by to take your phone calls at 896-7589, 896-7589 for your chance to earn a Springhouse $5 gift certificate. This current big league manager, in fact, he managed a National League team to a World Championship just a couple of years ago. Well, he managed the Royals to a second-place AL finish 32 years ago. Way back in 1973. Who was he? 896-7589, 896-7589 for your chance to earn a $5 certificate to the Springhouse. Well, the Kernels may be trailing 8-2, but the crowd is happy here this afternoon on Mother's Day. After 6.5, it's 8-2 Burlington, and this is Kernel Baseball in the zone.
There's a reason Dick Ramsey is the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company, Skogman Realty. It's because Dick Ramsey works harder for you than anyone to make selling your home easy for you. Take Dick's one-of-a-kind home trade program. Buy one of Dick Ramsey's homes and Dick will buy yours. Dick Ramsey provides 2 other unparalleled services: a free 1-hour telephone loan approval and a free 1-hour telephone appraisal on your property. Dick Ramsey of Skogman Realty, the #1 home seller for the #1 real estate company.
Before you hit the waves, come in and save at the Sea-Doo Make a Splash Spring event. Get great deals on Sea-Doo personal watercrafts like the Room for 3 RXT, the most powerful personal watercrafts on the market. Get 2.9% financing for up to 72 months or low payments of $29 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. Find a Sea-Doo dealer at Sea-Doo.com. Sea-Doo, leave everything else behind.
Promotion ends 5/30/105. See dealer for complete offer details. Riders must be at least 16 years of age and have taken a training course.
Let's go forward, shall we? And your teenager is now in their 20s, so stoned they can't move, which is how they spent college and why they didn't finish and get the job they deserved or the friends. Wish you could do it over again? You can. If you know your child is smoking pot and drinking, do something. Visit theantidrug.com or call 1-800-788-2800 because life doesn't rewind. Action. The Anti-Drug.
Sponsored by the ONDCP and the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
Warner Madrigal has belted the first pitch from reliever Gabe DeHoyos over the head of Darwinson Salazar in center, and that's a leadoff double for Warner Madrigal. Darwinson...
John, I believe that is Giovanni D'Amico.
It is. It is not Gabe DeHoyos, Bob. It is D'Amico who's greeted by the double over the head of Salazar. We'll give you the final line on Patrick Green. It's 8-2 Burlington. We're in the bottom of the 7th, and the new hurler D'Amico misses low for ball 1. This is Giovanni D'Amico, as Bob said, a right-hander in relief of the starter, Patrick Green. We do have a winner in our Springhouse trivia question, and we'll give it to you here in just a moment. The right-hander's next pitch is in there for a strike. Michael Collins is grounded to second, flew out to deep right. The Kernels scored 2 in the bottom of the 6th. Those were the only 2 they got off Patrick Green. He went 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, struck out a pair, walked 1. Collins, a right-handed batter from Australia, and he drills one foul into the screen, strike 2. Bob told you about the Spring House, then we put a question out there for you. This current big league manager skippered the Royals to a second-place AL West finish 32 years ago, back in 1973. Jack McKeon. And the winner was Kevin Vondrasek of Fairfax, Iowa. Congratulations, Kevin. Yeah, Bob, Jack McKeon has proven that there may indeed be what Ponce de Leon was looking for in Florida, a fountain of youth.
Yes, he even managed, I believe, in the Midwest League.
Yes, he did. Jack is the oldest skipper in baseball at, I believe, 74. Connie Mack managed until he was nearly 80.
Yes, he did.
1-2 to Michael Collins as he wraps one foul, and now the crowd is heading for the Concourse.
Getting a shower.
Okay, I was hoping it was something that precipitated it. It was precipitation. Swing and a miss by Michael Collins. The lights are on here, and the wind is really whipping hard right to left, and now, Bob, it's raining in sheets now. Where did this come from?
Well, it's coming right up over the grandstand where it's coming from. The flag is, they're going to take time here for the shower. I think that's all it will be, but it's being blown by the wind from home plate to center field, and the rain is almost coming sideways, and the grounds crew is going to have to make an emergency flip of the tarp here.
They've got the tarp cover off, then they leverage, they get up on the wall of the Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion. I hope, it looks like the grounds crew will get the tarp on in time to allow this game to continue. Colonel General Manager Jack Rader making a dead sprint down the third base stands to help his son. Now the question is, Bob, with the wind whipping like it is, and now Ron Pline, the Colonel Equipment Manager, comes to the aid of the grounds crew. The rain has already let up a little bit, but they need to get that tarp on, and the question will be, can they get it on with the wind conditions?
Well, the question will be, too, can they get it on when it's still raining? Because I don't think this shower is going to last a great amount of time. But you were talking about Connie Mack a minute ago and the fact that he was in his 80s when he was managing the Philadelphia Athletics. Well, he had always said and had written in his will that his son, his oldest son, would become the owner of the Philadelphia franchise. Well, the son, when he got to own the Philadelphia team, and Connie Mack gave up control of it, the son was 65 years of age.
He took over the team at the age that most people are giving up their business. Now, how long did Connie Mack, was he the one that orchestrated the sale of the ball club to Kansas City?
Well, the Macks would have been in the mix. Some of the lineage would be. I don't believe it was the oldest son, but
Bob was the son.
The Mack family did own the franchise.
Was the son any type of the baseball man his father was?
No.
Okay. Well, there's the wind whipping the blue tarp around, but it looks like thanks to the great effort of the grounds crew.
That's a good job.
It sure is.
That is terrific.
Now, Bob, you're right. The skies are still awfully dark, but the rain is all but subsided. The tarp is on the field, so we will get this one in. The tarp was put on at 5 till 4. Burlington leads the Kernels 8-2, with the Kernels batting in the bottom of the 7th, 1 on, 1 out when the rains came, and now the rains have let up quite a bit. Well, this will get Bob and I a chance to, well, first of all, thank and acknowledge Kevin Vondrasek of Fairfax, Iowa. Kevin identified Jack McKeon as the fella who 32 years ago managed the Kansas City Royals to a second-place finish in the AL West. McKeon was replaced midway through the 75 season by Whitey Herzog, and Whitey went on to post terrific seasons as the manager of the Royals, became very good friends with Ewing Kauffman. Here comes the rain again, Bob, hard. And while it rains hard,
and we have some lightning off to the right of the stadium over by Penford Products.
Bob is going to give us a look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard. It's brought to us by State Farm Insurance agents Gary Shubat. Al Shetler Lanny Peterson and Dale Thompson. There are already a handful of finals in both leagues, Bob.
The umpires come out. The score here is, during this rain delay, Burlington 8 and Cedar Rapids 2, and Jack Rader and the umpires are conversing now. The umpires didn't go back to their room or up their tunnel. They instead ran into the Kernels' dugout. They couldn't get the door open, I don't think. So now they will be able to get back into the tunnel.
Quick report from Jeff Johnson, Bob, before we get to that State Farm Major League scoreboard. Jeff has gotten a chance to look at the radar, and I agreed with you that this would just be a passing shower, but according to Jeff Johnson, who covers the Kernels for the Gazette, there could be a lot of rain coming from the south. So we'll hang in there and hope we can finish this one and the Kernels can rally. But lots of other action around the country on Mother's Day on the State Farm Major League scoreboard.
And in the National League, Colorado has defeated Florida by the score of 8-3, even though they were out-hit 9-8. Atlanta wins again. This time the Houston Astros take a terrible beating, 16-0. 16 runs, 17 hits by Atlanta. Andrew Jones hit his 5th home run. Lagerhans hit his 3rd home run. Eddie Perez his 2nd home run. Mike Hampton hit his 1st home run. Milwaukee, they win over the Mets by the score of 4-3. Mike Cameron his 2nd home run for the Mets. In the National League, at long last, the Cubs come up with a 1-point win, 1-run win, 2-1. Chicago scored 2 against Philadelphia in the last half of the 4th inning. That held up. Aramis Ramirez hit his 6th home run, and Perez his 4th home run. Bobby Abreu hit his 4th of the year for Philadelphia. 2 runs, 5 hits, the Cubs. Philadelphia, a run and 5 hits. Washington and San Francisco just started. The top of the 1st, no score. Pittsburgh, Arizona, and the Dodgers, Cincinnati, later on today. Down the American League, the Boston Red Sox at home at Fenway beating Seattle 6-3. There were no home runs in the game. Seattle and Boston will play a night game, part of a day-night doubleheader. The New York Yankees shut out Oakland. That's 2 in a row for New York. 6-0, New York. As A-Rod Rodriguez his 11th home run, Tino Martinez his 6th home run, Jose Posada his 3rd home run. Kevin Brown finally broke through. He's 1-1 and lost 4 and carries at 6.39 ERA. The White Sox win another 1-run game. How about that? 5-4 on 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. Toronto 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. Now the White Sox get to fly to Tampa Bay to start a series. Kansas City and Baltimore, they are tied at 8 in the last half of the 8th. Cleveland, Texas. Texas is the winner today, 7-1, presumably. The game's in the last half of the 8th inning. Also in the last half of the 8th, Minnesota up on Tampa Bay, 8-6. LaCroix has hit his 5th home run. Detroit and L.A., they have played 2, and the Tigers lead 1-0, the L.A. Angels, that is, as Inge hits his 3rd home run. That's what's been going on in Major League Baseball.
And the game that you can hear right here in the zone has the Dodgers and Reds later tonight, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Radio. We're in a rain delay, about 7 minutes into it. The rain is all but stopped, but according to Jeff Johnson, more is coming. So we're going to keep it here for just a few more minutes. And, Bob, I thought it would be appropriate to throw out our Colonel Did You Know question now, since the Dodgers and Reds play tonight here in the zone. Our Did You Know question, did you know that the first Sunday night game ever was in 1973, and it had nothing to do with ESPN because ESPN wasn't even a company. There was no cable TV in 1973. The reason the Texas Rangers got permission from Major League Baseball to play on Sunday night for the first time back in 1973 was the scorching heat in Arlington, Texas. Major League Baseball said, well, We don't like the idea of Sunday night baseball. One, it delays a getaway for most series. Most series end on a Sunday. We don't like that. Secondly, they were very skeptical as to how many people would come to a baseball game, even in the summer, on a Sunday night. But look what the Rangers started. Nothing to do with television, unbeknowingly. It was because of the scalding heat in Arlington. I never dreamed Sunday night baseball would take a place on the pedestal it has now with all the national coverage.
Well, that's the reason they have it. It's called MONEY. That's why they do it, and basically they don't care much about whether or not the players get to leave town.
Not anymore, but they did when it first started. Bob will pick up on this Sunday night theme in a moment, but Al Gruwell has an interesting story for you to pass on from Dwayne Banks Field.
Well, they are delayed by rain and lightning, that in the 8th inning, much the same. We're in the 7th. It's 8-2 here in favor of Beloit, and Iowa leads Minnesota 7-3, that at the end of 8 innings. So the Minnesota Gophers have 3 more outs, and the Hawks will be all alone in second place in the Big Ten. Iowa, incidentally, has 2 series left. Purdue will come to Dwayne Banks Field next weekend, and then the final weekend series. How unusual. Illinois leads the Big Ten, and if my memory serves me correctly, Iowa and Illinois will play in Champaign the last weekend of the regular Big Ten season. But it's obvious now that Jack Dom's second year, Iowa is going to make the Big Ten playoffs.
And that was his goal in year 2. He had a blueprint. Year 2 called for the Hawkeyes to make it back to the top 4 in the conference.
You know, when we left you because of the rain out here at the ballpark, we had a new pitcher come on for Burlington, and he is from Venezuela. And the fellow, well, we had the Australian in the lineup for Cedar Rapids.
Michael Collins.
Isn't that something? Who would have really thought that you would have, an Australian and a Venezuelan against each other in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in professional baseball in the Midwest League? That shows you that baseball is becoming a worldwide game. And countries other than the United States, well, we might talk about the major leagues in a moment, because the major leagues are represented up and down the line by 1 player from Aruba, 2 players from Australia, 15 players from Canada. Oh, how about that? And Colombia with 2 players, Cuba with 6, Morocco with 1, the Dominican with 91, of course, Japan with 12, Mexico with 18, Nicaragua with 1, Panama with 6, Puerto Rico with 34, South Korea with 5, Taiwan with 1. Now, these are major league players who have been on the roster a time or 2. Venezuela with 46, and the U.S. Virgin Islands with 1.
Of that litany of countries, Bob, the 2 that surprised me the most are South Korea. Hee-Sop Choi is a Los Angeles Dodger now. I saw Hee-Sop along with Corey Patterson as the Lansing Lugnut a few years ago as Cub minor leaguers. South Korea and Japan. It was Hideo Nomo, who in 1995 was the darling of the media and a hero in Japan. Why it took that long for the Japanese to break through to our culture and show that they could play at the big league level, I can't say. But I will say that that was a surprising high number to me after Nomo 10 seasons ago. There are how many Japanese now in the big leagues?
Let me get back to the sheet again. 12, I believe.
Yes, and to me that's remarkable.
Yes, 12 is correct.
Bob, I've never been to the Far East, and my question...
I never have either.
Well,
I haven't been to the Far West.
I believe Jimmy
for the far any play.
Jimmy Lefebvre is coaching in China, communist China, and to me, that will be the next country. You mentioned Taiwan. I think it'll be mainland communist China that is now embracing capitalism, not democracy, but capitalism. Jimmy Lefebvre is coaching the national team in China, and I would guess that in our lifetimes we will see an influx later on of Chinese ball players.
Well, I would think so. If it ever catches on in China, you'll see more than an influx. It'll be an invasion of players. But I was talking this winter to Neil Milbert. He's from Dyersville, Iowa. He is mainly he is the main racing writer for the Chicago Tribune when Arlington Park opens, and I'm sure he covers the Derby, he covers the Belmont and Preakness and major horse races across the country, but his main beat is Arlington Park in Chicago in the summer, but in the winter he was one of those assigned to cover the Big Ten in basketball and more precisely the University of Illinois, the champions of the Big Ten, because the Trib put 3 writers on Illinois' every game, home and away. They covered them like a blanket. Well, I was talking with Neil, and his son is in Japan, and he had been over there to visit him, and he told me that the son had taken him to a Japanese ball game. And I said, well, how was it? Well, he said it was somewhat like an American game, he said. He said the crowd had a chant, though, for each home team player. They had some kind of a go, 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 chant, chant, chant sort of deal for each player, and each player had kind of a song that they sang when they came to the plate. So it was, and he said there was some bowing going on from time to time. And he said, too, that the fans did not leave the ballpark until they interviewed the most valuable player of the game, and then they left. So he thought it was a grand experience and an experiment that he had never seen before. And we spent an evening having dinner over in Champaign before the Iowa-Illinois game, and he was regaling us with this baseball experience in Japan.
Bob, I'm reading a book on Japanese baseball right now, and what Neil's son said is exactly what's documented in the book. And according to the author, part of the reason the fans in Japan love doing these organized cheers and pre-scripted chants is that Japanese society is still very regimented and formal. But when they come to the baseball stadium, executives who spend their whole day cooped up in a tiny cubicle in a skyscraper in Japan because real estate is at a premium, they can come out and really let it loose, so to speak. It sounds a lot like what European fans do in soccer. They cheer all game, they stand the whole game, and this is very interesting that Neil's son would give you this eyewitness account of attending a ball game in Japan, because it coincides exactly with what the book I'm reading on, and I found it fascinating how regimented and how the Japanese baseball culture values much more the 6 to 7 hours of practice before a game than they do the game. Sure, they want to win the game, but they value much more in their society the work ethic and the discipline and the drive that you show in practice. And this is why a lot of players who go over to Japan are just totally out of their element. They have no clue as to what they're in for. They ask for special treatment, and sometimes the Japanese managers give it to them, and sometimes they don't. A case in point, Bob Horner. I forgot Bob Horner left the United States to play a year in Japan. He was absolutely miserable playing in Japan under that regimented culture.
Well, Bobby Valentine made several fortunes managing over in Japan.
He's very popular with those.
Yes, he is.
And Bobby's one of those high-strung guys that the Japanese like that intensity. Bob,
we're in a rain delay out here, and we better mention the fact that it is Burlington and Cedar Rapids, and we should mention the fact that the score is 8-2 in favor of the Bees on 8 runs and 9 hits, while the Kernels have 2 runs and 7 hits. We're in the last half of the 7th inning. And that's about where we stand at the moment, although they could be playing now.
Yeah, the rain, Bob, has stopped, but according to Jeff Johnson...
As a matter of fact, what they should have be doing is taking the tarp off and playing and getting as much in as they can, and then, if it rains again, call it.
Well, that's what common sense would say, but as you know, they go off the computer. Bob, you interviewed our little darling from Cleveland Elementary earlier in this game, Angelina, and tomorrow the Kernels will be heading to Kenwood Elementary and Jackson Elementary along to Indian Creek, and we do so thanks to Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette. We make presentations, half-hour school-wide assemblies to encourage the girls and boys to read, and we want to note that during all of our broadcasts. Friday we were at Prairie View Elementary and Cleveland Elementary. Last Wednesday, we visited Polk and Nixon, and then we also were at St. Ludmilla, Wright Elementary School. An all-time high 35 elementary schools, their principals have invited the Kernels in on behalf of Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette for the spring and summer reading program, and it's something that means a lot to the community because it gets the kids excited about reading in a time of year that they're usually not quite, you're out for the summer, and oftentimes you're not thinking about reading.
No, it's a great program. It's a backbone of the Cedar Rapids Kernels promotional opportunities during the year. This is something that the Kernels have been vitally interested in, from the board of directors and from the front office to the players to John Rogers, who organizes this program, and to Al Smith, who helps it along the way so magnificently. So it is something that has been going on here for quite a period of time, has been extremely successful, and since the emphasis these days is so much on reading, it has come along at just the right time. The emphasis should have been made earlier because it was going on and just as important years ago, but
yes,
it's been one of those timing things that now it has become a point of emphasis. As the umpires come out, they will have a conference at the moment with the skipper for the Burlington Bees, and we'll see what happens as Jim Garabella.
I'm thinking, Bob, as Gabella is shaking his head, yes, I'm wondering if they're going to take your advice, although I don't see the grounds crew at the ready. I see Ron Klein, the Colonel Equipment Manager. I'm almost wondering if they're going to do what you just suggested. Forget the radar for now, even though more rain may be coming. Let's try to get the tarp off and finish this thing. But if that was the case, the grounds crew would be manning each handle of the tarp, and they're not. So...
Well, let's remember these umpires are just as young as the ball players, so
they have
their
tough
experience isn't exactly with regard to weather and so on. You don't want to get trapped in a situation where there's lightning or anything, but there is none now, and no thunder, and in a few minutes I would think we'll have pretty good sunlight here.
Hopefully the tarp will be taken off in a few minutes. Well, Bob, how does this sound? We'll send it back to the zone, and they'll have some ESPN programming, and you and I can stretch a bit and enjoy a soda pop, and we'll bring it back here. We'll have our in-studio engineer keep us in queue, so, Sean, you'll know when something happens here, but tentatively, let's plan on bringing it back here around the bottom of the hour at 4:30 or so for our next update. If something develops before then, we'll certainly bring it back here as soon as we know anything. It's 8-2 Burlington. We're in the bottom of the 7th on Mother's Day, and this is Colonel Baseball in the zone.
Sony, makers of the first home video system, the first CD player, and of course, the Walkman, has another great innovation, the Sony Card Credit Card. Apply today and transform your ordinary purchases into extraordinary rewards from Sony. Every time you use the Sony card, you get one step closer to getting the things you want, because every dollar you spend earns Sony reward points. Good for CDs, DVDs, digital cameras, TVs, all the Sony electronics you may be dreaming of. And the Sony card comes with all the features you deserve in a credit card, with a competitive APR and no annual fee. When you apply now, you'll even get a $50 credit to your account after your first purchase. Additional terms and conditions apply. Call for details. Don't wait. Turn your everyday purchases into Sony products with the Sony card. This offer is available to applicants in the U.S. only. You must be 18 years or older to apply. Call 800-254-5858. That's 800-254-5858.
Honey, do I have to go to your family reunion? I mean, how many times can Aunt Agatha tell me about skydiving with monkeys?
It'll be different this time.
Cousin Bob won't talk about his nose hair?
North Country Steakhouse will be catering.
No way.
I can smell the steaks on the grill already. I wonder what kind of potatoes they'll have, baked, fried, or their famous garlic mash.
Aunt Agatha used to skydive with monkeys. Who knew?
North Country Steakhouse. Call 378-3970 to have us cater your next event, because good food conquers all.
Can I come, please?
Uncle Joe is making the Statue of Liberty out of cereal boxes.
Awesome, let's go.
On ESPN Radio, we'll open up the phones, 1-888-SAY-ESPN, and we encourage emails via the Net Zero inbox, the Herd, HERD, at ESPNradio.com. Jeff in Maine.
Hey, let me say what I got to say, and then you can make your little comment.
When do I
You always hang up on people.
No, I don't. I've never done it in my life. I have no idea what you're talking about. Call and email. Don't delete my email. You are notorious for doing that. Ed in Vegas.
Tune into the open forum that is The Herd on ESPN Radio.
Two-point game. Francis.
The playoffs. Every point matters.
Unbelievable.
Every second counts.
To Duncan. He gets away a fadeaway. He makes it. Unbelievable.
Hope returns with every possession.
They get it to Fisher. He scores. Scores at the buzzer.
The NBA playoffs continue Saturday night, 8 Eastern on ABC.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm John Raish. It is the first game of round 2 of the NBA playoffs. They are in the third quarter in Miami, where the Heat lead the Wizards of Washington by 8, 71-63, leading the way so far for Miami. Well, that will be, of course, Shaquille O'Neal. He's got 17, but he's also on the bench right now. He had 3 fouls at halftime, now with 4 fouls. With just over 3 minutes to go in the second quarter, Dwayne Wade with 11, 15 points for Gilbert Arenas. He has in the process of leading Washington. One of the games still to come, that is Seattle at San Antonio, game 1 of the Western Conference semifinals on tap tonight. The baseball now, one game just complete. That was in Milwaukee, where the Brewers score in the bottom of the inning. Bottom of the ninth, that is, snapping a 4-4 tie, and that gives Milwaukee a 5-4 win. They beat the Mets, New York, and that's their 4-game winning streak snapped. Milwaukee snaps a 2-game slide. With 2 other games in progress, top of the 4th, Washington, San Francisco, they're tied at 1. Top of the 3rd, Pittsburgh, the 2-0 lead at Arizona. Finals in the NL include the Cubs beating the Phillies 3-1. Carlos Zambrano, a complete game 5-hitter. Chicago snaps a 7-game slide. St. Louis avoids a 4-game sweep, and they do it scoring 11 runs in the first, and pasting San Diego 15-5. Tim Redding, the Padres starter, left in the first with a shoulder injury after recording only 2 outs, 8 runs on 5 hits. He walked 3. Rockies snapped a 10-game losing streak, an 8-3 decision at Florida. Aaron Miles, a grand slam, confirms a 3-run inside the park home run. Atlanta crushed Houston 16-0. Mike Hampton, complete game 2-hit shutout. He also had a solo home run. In the American League, bottom of the 4th, Detroit leading at the Angels 8-0 there. Second of 2 in Boston. Red Sox and Mariners are scoreless. Bottom of the 1st at Fenway. First of the Sox 6-3 over the M's. They've lost 7 straight. Yankees shut out the A's 6-0. Kevin Brown 7 shutout innings. White Sox over the Blue Jays 5-4. Greg Zahn leaving this game in the bottom of the 9th. Took a knee to the head while sliding into second to break up a double play. He'll be kept at a local hospital overnight for observation. Kansas City beats Baltimore 10-8. Texas 7, Cleveland 2. That's the final. Minnesota wins at Tampa Bay 9-6. Golf Wachovia Classic. Sergio Garcia leads Vijay Singh by 1 at 13 under. I'm John Risch.
News, scores, highlights. Sports Center every 20 minutes. ESPN Radio. Buzz.
guys wanted to hurt me bad enough, you finally got there.
Barry Bonds.
You got to have some serious talent to have 53,000 people saying you suck.
Bonds Watch. With Brady Anderson and Steve Phillips, here's Carl Ravitch.
On the baseball show now on ESPN Radio, and it seems even though he hasn't picked up a bat yet, Barry Bonds continues to find ways to make news, or at least be in the news. And if you pick up today's daily news, an article by T.J. Quinn, Baseball Probes Bonds. T.J. Quinn joins us now on the baseball show on ESPN Radio. Most people, if they saw the headline, will once again think steroids. Is this a little bit different than that, T.J.?
Well, steroids is a piece of it, obviously, and steroids, of course, is what brought us to the Balco investigation, which I think is what has led to all these other pleasant little events in Barry Bonds' life. It does all seem to come back to that, but the latest thing has been his relationship with this Dr. Albert Ting. Not that anyone's accused not that anyone accused Dr. Ting or Bonds of anything in their relationship, but this is another person in Barry's life who's had some legal trouble. He's been, I believe, under suspension twice for unprofessional conduct, and baseball is not thrilled with these people he seems to bring into his life.
Well, TJ, what I understand this unprofessional conduct to be from Dr. Ting, among other things, is prescribing medication for athletes without the appropriate backup or documents to say who it was. And I guess at least the question is, do we know, or is there some talk that Bonds could be one of the athletes to which Ting has distributed any sort of prescription without the appropriate backup?
I haven't heard that specifically. And what we know so far through the Balco investigation, at least the information that's been leaked, is that it seems that Greg Anderson, who was Barry's personal trainer, who is one of the four men under indictment for steroid trafficking in the Balco case, he was supposedly, according to the federal government, supplying Barry with all this stuff. Whether or not, who was writing prescriptions for him, I don't know, because some of these things, in order for them to be effective, like human growth hormone, have to be written by prescription. A lot of steroids are available legally by prescription. They're not a banned substance; they're a controlled substance, meaning there are certain checks that doctors have to go through before prescribing them. He'd have to go through somebody. I think what's more concerning to baseball is, you've got this guy who has been accused of this. You've got an athlete who's been tied into with the biggest steroid scandal in the history of organized sport, and they want to know what's going on.
A lot of people out there, TJ, in some ways associate Barry Bonds with a witch hunt. And I would assume that if you were to sort of go through all baseball players' closets, you'll find that there are times where they associate with unsavory characters. In most cases, many of us get involved with people that if you investigate them, you'd realize, boy, that's not really the most up-and-up guy. Is there a fine line, you think, that baseball has to sort of walk along when it comes to Barry Bonds, or is there no line and anything is in play?
Well, it's hard to say. It's obviously, when you come into anything with a criminal involvement where you've got his personal trainer is under indictment. A guy he was doing ads for, Victor Conti, is also under indictment for steroid trafficking. When under oath, he told the grand jury that he had used these substances. He also testified he didn't know what they were, but nevertheless, he said he used them. Obviously, those are fair game for anybody, and they're all part of this federal investigation, and baseball wants to know what's going on there. Beyond that, I don't know how deep into his life they're going. I mean, you guys would know very well, and Steve as well as anybody. You can't control everybody who comes around your team. These guys are they're targets. They're also the sort of beacons for people who want to be around fame and money and power, and they attract all sorts of people in their lives, some good, some not. And I don't know how deeply they're looking. I know that they just want to get an explanation for what the relationships with these people
Well, TJ, I mean, how deep they're going to look, I think, is a byplay of their motivation. Is Major League Baseball motivating, hoping to find something, or hoping they don't find something? Because I think that you could understand a motivation on both sides. If they're going to do the investigation and they do find it, they're going to have to act on what they find. They may want to do that in order to protect Hank Aaron's record. What's your sense? Did you get a tone from the commissioner's office on that issue?
Well, it's again, I don't want to delve into opinion. I'm just a reporter on this. But, the sense I get, first off, is I think their primary goal in this is not to be surprised by anything. Baseball's had enough surprises through all this steroid business, things that just kind of caught them out of nowhere, and they don't like being embarrassed. I think they want to know what's going to happen in that investigation. I do know, this has been written that Bud Selig is very close with Hank Aaron. I'm sure he would love to see Hank's record stand for at least a while longer. I don't know that they would, I don't think anyone's really accused them of specifically targeting Barry just to get him out of the game to protect the guy's record. But I have a feeling that they wouldn't be terribly upset if he just kind of went away and they didn't have to deal with it. If he does get healthy, if he gets back in the race and does start putting up more home runs, every time he hits one, every time his name's in the news, there's going to be this cloud next to it.
Hey, TJ, we appreciate it. TJ Quinn, writer for the New York Daily News, following the Barry Bonds story. Thanks for joining us on the baseball show on ESPN Radio.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, TJ.
Brady, when you hear people come up and say, Brady, what do you think about Barry Bonds? What do you make of that story? What do you respond with? What do you make of that story?
I don't know. Bonds is under so much investigation now, and there's so much scrutiny to everything he does. I guess that goes with being, the greatest hitter of all time, but he seems to not be able to do anything right. I'm not sure what to make of it.
I mean, to me, he earns it. He gets him. He seems like he's surrounding himself with trouble everywhere he goes. Greg Anderson, the trainer, the whole Belko thing, and Victor Conte. Now this Dr. Ting, who's been, twice reprimanded in California. I mean, he just.
Do we know that doctor's trouble though? I mean, I thought he was the San Jose Sharks team doctor.
He was. He's been twice disciplined by the California State Board. One of the two times for sure for distributing medications and prescriptions to athletes without the appropriate, and for not handling his underlings appropriately.
So the insinuation is that he probably gave out steroids. Is that what people are assuming?
It seems to make sense.
But as a surgeon, though, he does have a reputation for being one of the best in the country. I mean, at cutting people open, he does. I mean,
yes, I've never heard of him before. I don't even know if he's on the second opinion.
You give him 3 tries, he'll get it done right.
Yeah, right. yeah, it's a triple.
I know that Barry Sanders went to him, and a couple of other big name athletes, seek him out at least for the procedure. Well, they continue to seek him out for other things that I don't know about.
But I tell you, I think that Major League Baseball is very frustrated by everything that has surrounded Belko and the trouble that has since caused with steroids and everything else. And I know that Bud Selig takes the records very seriously and the history of the game very seriously. I think if he actually has an inclination that Bonds has used steroids and it has impacted his performance, if he thinks that or knows that or has facts on it, I think he's going to try to investigate this thing and make a statement with it so that Bonds doesn't break the record.
I don't think he can stop him from breaking the record. I mean, it's so quick that people forget the guy had on base average over 600, slugged 850. That record is going down.
Well, the way you do it is you don't let him play. The way you do it is you suspend him. You let him recover, take a full year to get healthy, then you suspend him if he's done some other things.
On what grounds would they suspend him?
Well, that's what they're running the investigation. I'm just saying that, with this investigation, if there are issues, then I think that, again, he also has the feds after him about tax evasion issues and those sorts of things as well. So he may miss time, and I think that's the only way. I agree. The only way he doesn't break the record is if he doesn't play. If he plays, he's going to ultimately break the record.
Absolutely. That's a tough battle to fight, because on one hand you may have suspicions, but on the other hand you don't have any proof, and you can't sit there and go on any types of suspicions, because I'm sure a lot of guys would be under suspicion.
You have to have facts. That's why I'm going to run the investigation. But I think that where T.J. Quinn says, I don't know how deep they're going to look. They're going to look deep. They're going to look.
I think they're going to wait. Don't you think they're going to wait for somebody else? I mean, obviously other people are looking. Why do we need to do our own investigation? If, in fact, the federal government's involved and there's a number of other entities investigating Barry Bonds, do we actually need to? I mean, let someone else do our dirty work for us.
T.J. Quinn says in a story here in the Daily News that they are probing and investigating Bonds right now, so they must be looking for something or know that something's there that could be found.
And that's what I was trying to tell last week when we were talking. I wasn't arguing what you were saying about the steroid plan. I think I have a point of contention for the fact that they want to. Congress wants to make legislation out of it. I just don't think it's their place. I think they love the theater of the high-profile congressional hearing. They chose a safe political target to clean up the game and penalize the millionaires. It's sort of a win-win situation for them. And they have to have something better to do, don't they? I mean, Steve and I clearly don't have anything else better to do. But they have to.
I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they'd prefer not to be involved. However, to be accountable as Major League Baseball is, or the Olympic Committee is. Right?
All right, this is Sean Patty in the ESPN studio. I'm going to send it back to John Rogers out at the ballpark.
Well, Sean, thank you very much. This is John Rogers along with Bob Brooks at Veterans Memorial Stadium, where the tarp was put on at 3:55 this afternoon. It's now 4:33, so a rain delay of 38 minutes. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Kernels are batting with 1-on-1 out, trailing Burlington in Game 3 of this series 8-2. And, Bob, you could describe what's going on down below right behind home plate.
Which is absolutely nothing. They have had a meeting to have a meeting to have another meeting about whether or not they should continue.
Well, now the plate
had they taken their meeting time and played ball, this game would be over by now.
The plate umpire has gone over to Jesse Rader, the Colonel Grounds Crew Chief, along with his dad, General Manager Jack Rader, and Grant Menke is acting as though he wants to roll the dice. I talked to the folks 2 doors down in the press box, Bob, and they both, everyone there said that the torrential downpour is about to hit. Well, as you said, nothing has hit in the last half hour or so. Now Jack Rader on his walkie-talkie, and apparently the grounds crew is going to be told to take the tarp off, and we will be playing baseball here. I would guess it will be at least another 15, if not 20 minutes to get the pitchers warmed up and to do a little bit of, well, now wait a minute. I'm not sure they are calling for the grounds crew, Bob. Jack Rader's headed out towards second base on the blue tarp. And so the wind is blowing. The temperature, Bob, has dropped a lot, a steep drop in the temperature.
Well, they're going to move the tarp. It took some water, all right, and it's taken some wind, too.
And now the grounds crew is picking up handles on the blue tarp, and they are going to move the tarp. So it looks like we'll be resuming action here in a little bit. I would guess it'll be at least 4:45 to 4:50 before another pitch is thrown. Bob and I, glad you're with us on Mother's Day here at the ballpark. Over 300 came for a brunch earlier this morning that started at 11 o'clock, ended at 2, and the Kernels hope with Todd Brummelkamp putting out the highlights of the brunch that will make some national waves on the media, because brunches are held a lot of places but very few at a ballpark on Mother's Day, and the Kernels did it right earlier this morning and this afternoon.
They certainly did. And it was a great setting to go with the excellent food that was prepared here at the ballpark. People, I was going to mention during the game, too, John, that people don't realize that this stadium, in its newness, this is its 4th year, we have everything in this ballpark that they have in a Major League ballpark. We have a Major League-type kitchen, a stainless steel affair that can serve a sumptuous brunch or can take care of practically any need. We have meeting rooms. We have anything that a Major League ballpark has, this park has. The difference, what's the difference then? Well, the difference is that at the Major League level, they just have more of it. That's all.
Including?
That's the only difference.
Yeah, including seating capacity. That's more of that. Bob, I want to amplify that point you made. When Bill Stoneman and Tony Regans were here, not this past week, but a couple of years ago, they addressed our Colonel players and said, I want to tell you guys something. The dugouts here at Veterans Memorial Stadium are longer and more spacious than the ones at the ballpark in Anaheim.
Well, yes, and they are more spacious than most of them.
And one
go back to Fenway or Yankee Stadium.
Or Tiger Stadium. Of course, it's Comerica Park now. The two shining elements of this stadium that no other big league ballpark has and no other minor league ballpark is the picnic deck in left field that wraps around the foul pole and the Miller Mezzanine Terrace above the Colonel First Base dugout and the suites. Bob, I have been to the most expensive ballpark in baseball, over $500 million to build Seattle's new stadium a few years back, and I was in a suite at Safeco Field, and our suites are nicer in terms of ceiling height and overall space than the ones at Safeco Field.
Only the price is different.
That's right. Safeco Field, it's a couple of $1 million to lease a suite, and here it's just $20,000 per year. In fact, Bob mentioned earlier that you can rent suites here, and it's just $25 a person because they hold 20 people, $500 for a game, $25 a person that equates to. And to reserve a suite or book one, call Jessica Ferguson at 896-7560, 896-7560 to reach Jessica Ferguson and book a Kernel suite. Well, the Kernels are popping out of their first base dugout. The Bees have already started to loosen up down the left field line, and the tarp is now in center field. It'll be rolled up by the grounds crew, and let's hope that the forecast and the radar were both incorrect and that the Kernels and Bees can finish this ball game. Bob, we talked a little bit earlier about the first Sunday night game being played in 1973 in Texas, and we have a lot of listeners who are 35 years and younger, and I wanted you to talk to them about what were called, when I was growing up, blue laws in the state of Missouri. There was very little commercial or business activity when I was growing up and when you were growing up on Sundays.
Yes, and a blue law was that a ball game or an event had a certain amount of time that they could start. You could certainly not start an event during the church hours.
Okay. And I know when I was a kid, man, you couldn't...
And it could be that you couldn't have any event.
Right. I remember you couldn't go to any grocery store or drugstore, or very few commercial businesses used to be open on a Sunday when I was a little boy. You could go to the local newsstand and get a Sunday paper, and that's what we did. And I remember how unusual it was as a kid down in southern Illinois. I would listen to Lloyd Pettit describe Chicago Blackhawk hockey on a Sunday night, and I thought, man, how cool that the people in Chicago can go to a pro sporting event on a Sunday night. The Blackhawks, that was one of their biggest draws, Bob.
Yes, it was. The pennies were hotter that they threw on the ice in those days.
You mean they were worth a little more?
Well, no, they'd flip, the fans would get mad at the Blackhawks, and they'd heat up, they'd take a cigarette lighter and heat up pennies and then throw them down so the players would trip on them.
Oh, brother. Well, that's Chicago for you.
Well, they did that all over. Talking about hockey, that will be a big night here tomorrow out in this area with the ice arena, where the Cedar Rapids Rough Riders will try to wrap up the Clark Cup in winner take all with the Musketeers of Sioux City. Sioux City won last night, and Cedar Rapids had won the night before, and the series now goes down to one game for the whole ball of wax. And our congratulations again, as the Cedar Rapids Kernels would want to wish the Rough Riders the best tomorrow, and the Kernel front office and staff and everybody will be rooting for them as the Kernels play here and the Rough Riders go for the title at the Ice Arena tomorrow night with the puck to drop at 7:05. They had a walk-up today of over 300 ticket purchasers, so I would certainly assume that there will be a sell-out for tomorrow night.
And they'll have
a big walk-up tomorrow during the day.
We'll have a big crowd here for Grant Wood Elementary School night at Veterans Memorial Stadium. We'll be closing out this 8-game homestand with the series finale against the Bees, who lead this game in the bottom of the 7th, 8-2. Good news from the Kernel bullpen. Physicians Clinic of Iowa with our Physicians Clinic of Iowa injury report, and we're glad to tell you that Nick Touchstone, who has missed a couple of starts with a tender left bicep, is playing catch behind the mound of the right field bullpen with Tommy Duenas, and it looks like Nick Touchstone may come in to pitch here in a few minutes. Well, he'll have plenty of time to warm up because the Kernels are batting in the bottom of the 7th, but Nick may get to pitch the 8th and 9th innings here this afternoon. Physicians Clinic of Iowa is the exclusive health care provider of the Kernels, and another fella that was sidelined with a bad shoulder, Freddy Sandoval's in the lineup this afternoon. Richard Giannotti still on the shelf with a sore left wrist, but he should be back into action any time now. Physicians Clinic of Iowa has 50 board-certified physicians in 11 specialties. Quality health care close to home from Physicians Clinic of Iowa. Well, now the tarp is off the field, and it's about to be rolled up. Bob, not many people know a new tarp. Well, a tarp lasts 3 to 4 years in professional baseball, and they run about $12,000.
Yes, it's a major investment. in the days of the old Veterans Memorial Park, we met time and again to try and decide whether or not we should buy a tarp. Not because we knew the tarp would be valuable, of course, but because of the price. The Cedar Rapids Ball Club has never made a dime in its entire 100-year history, so it's being run and has been run as a community treasure, and that's the way I hope it'll always be run. But we finally decided, hey, we better, well, now they would demand you buy a tarp, but in those days we could decide for ourselves, and consequently we bought it, and we've been fans of tarps ever since. The most interesting story I ever ran into about a tarp had to do with the Milwaukee Braves and County Stadium. When County Stadium was rather new, they were kind of agonizing over tarp. They thought that, oh, heck, it's taking our crew too long, and we've got to employ a lot of people, and maybe is there something we could do to shorten the time and to make it more cost-effective? Well, they decided that in the home team dugout that they could install an automatic device that would roll the tarp out onto the field automatically. All you had to do was press a button. Well, you would think, if you're listening in, heck, that's no big deal. Well, the big deal is not getting it out there. The big deal is getting it off. And they had to have, to get it off, the tarp, of course, takes a lot of water. And so consequently, they built huge drains down in the floor of the dugout so that when this tarp was rolled back, that the water would be taken out of the park underneath and be deposited out in a field someplace. Well, that seemed like a good idea. So they had upwards of millions of dollars invested in this little experiment to take care of the tarp. And the first time that they tried it, they had a storm up there, and storms had come in off Lake Michigan, pretty good-sized storms, of course, and the ball game was called, stopped, and the tarp, they pressed the magic button, and the tarp rolled out on the field. Well, that was okay, and it took in the water, and then later on they pushed the other button, and the tarp rolled back automatically, and the water was deposited in the drain and rolled out of the ballpark, and it worked very, very well. Well, later on that year, they had another storm, and then this one involved quite a bit of wind, and out came the tarp. Well, the wind really blew, and it caught the tarp just right and set the whole mess out over Lake Michigan. Tarp went sailing right out of County Stadium, right out, and was deposited heavens knows where. And that was the end of the multi-million-dollar experiment of the automatic tarp at County Stadium.
Great story, Bob. 2 follow-ups. One, do you think the Braves were prudent enough to have insurance on the thing?
Well, I imagine they did. Certainly, they would have had some kind of construction insurance.
Well, ironically enough, picking up on Milwaukee's first foray into automatic tarps, 1966, first year of Bush Memorial Stadium, 2005, last year of Bush Memorial Stadium. Bush Memorial Stadium successfully installed a similar device. Rather than putting it in the dugout like County Stadium did, though, Bob, the Cardinals put a strip between first base line and the dugout. Of course,
and then the player was injured there in the World Series.
In 1985, Vince Coleman got too close to it as the motorized tarp was backing into the slot, and it ran over his leg, and he was lost for the 85 World Series. That's the series, the I-70 series between the Cardinals and Royals that the Royals won in 7 games Vince Coleman did not play in that World Series due to a automated tarp. So,
well, Cedar Rapids got into a playoff. I think it was with Burlington. I am not sure. So I think Burlington did have a St. Louis farm system, and Cedar Rapids and Burlington got into a Midwest League playoff. And for the playoff and the championship, who showed up and was signed on the ball club but Vince Coleman?
A ringer. Vince stole 145 bases with the Macon Ball Club in '83. And, Bob, I'm glad you remembered that story. Now, we're getting word from Andy Pantini that we are going to play, and I'm glad we kept it here, Bob, because Giovanni D'Amico will be pitching to Jordan Renz.
And he hasn't warmed up a great deal, but he's ready to go. Well, in Venezuela, I'm sure they tell you when there's not a riot, well, you better go pitch.
And that's what D'Amico's going to do. Giovanni D'Amico is from Venezuela. He's a husky fella, 6'1", 210, and he's 20 years old. So far this season, Giovanni D'Amico is 0-1. He's out of the B bullpen for the 7th time, a 1.96 ERA. In 18 and a third innings, he's given up 17 hits. He's fanned 19 batters in 18 and a third, walked 5. He will be pitching to Jordan Renz with Madrigal at second, 1 out, bottom of the 7th inning, and it's 8-2 Burlington. It looks like this rain delay will be about 55 minutes. And out of that 55 minutes, Bob, I bet it only rained about 8 minutes.
8 to 10.
But the tarp was put on, and boy, I must have met 5 people out in the hallway saying, "Oh, it's coming, John, it's coming. A huge deluge is coming." Well, that just proves that even the radar can be wrong, because it has not come. We're back to baseball. The lights are on. The temperature has dipped 9 degrees since we started this afternoon. It's 77. It's now 68.
And you were right on about 4:50.
Ball 1 is high. That's the rain delay, 55 minutes. Jordan Renz is 0 for 2 today, but this is the first time he's faced right-hander Giovanni D'Amico with 1 on, 1 out, bottom of the 7th, 8-2 Bs. A fastball is poured in low, and it's 2-0 to Jordan. Renz is batting 8th in the Allen Motor Company order. Now a few umbrellas pop up down below. Madrigal leads away at second. And a changeup, a swing and a miss by Jordan Renz. Bobby Magallanes is wearing a Kernel red jacket with gray sleeves. He's coaching down the third baseline.
Renz is batting 172, has not had a hit today. Called out on strikes and grounded out.
The 2-1 to the right-handed hitter from Oklahoma. Swing and a miss on a changeup. This game was 2-0 Burlington after 1 half inning. They made it 3-0 with a single run in the third off Jesse Smith, and then they knocked Jesse out with a 5-run 5th inning. The Bees scored 7 in the 5th last night in whipping us 8-0. Ball 3 is outside, and the count full to Jordan Renz, R-E-N-Z.
D'Amico has the look of a veteran ball player.
Giovanni delivers high, ball 4, and that's first and second. 1 out. Following the rain delay, as Bob said, Giovanni didn't have much time to warm up, or he had plenty of time. He just went down to the B bullpen, and a lot of times it's unfair, Bob, to bring a guy out no matter what his age or ability after a 55-minute delay. It sometimes affects pitchers in a very unpredictable way. A let-up is in there for a strike to Jason Ramos. Ramos doubled and scored in the Kernel 2-run 6th inning. It's 8-2 Bs. The Kernels have 2 on and 1 out here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Jason tips one foul high into the screen, and that's strike 2 to Jason Ramos.
Well, they have left the tarp on the bullpen rubbers out there, so at least at the moment, neither team seems to be inclined to have a bullpen staff.
Earlier, Nick Touchstone was warming up. Now, that may have been just for his own benefit under the watchful eye of pitching coach Kernan Ronan. They may have just been kind of giving Touchstone a test flight, so to speak, to see how that left bicep felt. The 0-2 to the Colonel switch hitter. Instead, the catcher pops out from behind the plate, and Robert Grana follows the dirt path between home plate and the mound, puts his arm around right-hander D'Amico, and has the sign straightened away. The catcher, Grana, wears a hockey goalie-like catcher's mask. Jason Ramos, his dad is Bobby Ramos. He's in town as the Los Angeles Angel roving catching instructor, and there's strike 3 to son Jason. Jason Ramos is called out on strikes. That pitch painted the outside corner. 2 away for Sean Rodriguez. Sean's had a good day. He's reached 3 times. Singled in the first, singled in the third, and walked and scored in the 6th inning. The wind is kicked up again. It's blowing hard from right field to left field, from the right field foul pole to the left field foul pole. 2 on, 2 out, and ball 1 is up and in to Sean Rodriguez.
Rodriguez has had 2 hits and scored a run and walked once. He walked and scored.
It's Madrigal at second, Renz at first. A bouncer foul outside third into the empty B bullpen down the left field line. 6:30 is our series finale, our homestand finale. Tomorrow we'll have the South Slope Communications Triple Play show for you at 6:10.
Member of the ground crew caught that foul ball down in the mouth of the receptacle that holds the tarp, and then dug it out of that tube and flipped it back to the kids. That's a nice job.
A curve is into Sean for strike 2. The right-hander set above the belt, and he wings one in wildly. That crossed up the catcher. It'll be a wild pitch. They can't charge poor Robert Grana with a pass ball. If you're ever going to see a guy crossed up on a pitch, that's what we just saw. Grana was expecting a breaking pitch, and he got a fastball.
He got the Venezuelan hot spot that time.
Second and third now on the wild pitch. And a base hit by Sean Rodriguez would likely cut this B lead in half. It's 8-2 Burlington in the home half of the 7th. A changeup is ripped to the shortstop. And picking it clean right off his shoe top with a backhanded stab, Ed Lucas. Good to see Sean Rodriguez hitting the ball hard now. He lines out to short, and the Colonel threat is extinguished on a liner by Rodriguez. No runs in the 7th for the Colonels. 1 hit, a wild pitch. And there were no B errors. The Colonels leave a pair and a stranded 5. After 7 on Mother's Day, Burlington still leads the Colonels 8-2. And this is Colonel Baseball in the zone.
Hi, this is Dave Town with 5 Seasons Transportation and Parking. Do you ever wonder if it's safe to send your child on the bus? It is, and here's a few reasons why. All the buses in Cedar Rapids are equipped with security cameras, so the drivers always know what's happening behind them. The buses also have global positioning systems, or GPS, which means they can be tracked at any time by satellite. Does that surprise you? It shouldn't. 5 Seasons Transportation takes safety very seriously, and we've taken many steps to make sure your child will have a safe, easy ride every time they take the bus. Even when your child isn't on the bus, 5 Seasons Transportation is helping keep them safe by using pollution-free biodiesel and alcohol fuels, Iowa products that help keep the air clean. And if your child is ever in trouble, they can always flag down a bus for help. I'm Dave Town, and I like to think of the bus as a traveling safety cocoon, motoring along Cedar Rapids streets. And keep in mind, if the bus is that safe and easy for your child, maybe you should think about riding the bus to work. Affordable, convenient, and safe. That's the bus. Ride it.
We've been telling you for some time that Greg's Lawn Service is a cut above the rest when it comes to caring for your lawn. However, Greg's experienced staff does so much more than lawn care. They offer complete landscape design and installation, concrete curb edging, grading, sodding, and hydro seeding. Yes, Greg's is a complete lawn care service, and they welcome the opportunity to show you why they are a cut above the rest. Give Greg's a call for more details about their wide range of services.
Francisco Cordova gives way to lefty Nick Touchstone, and Touchstone will face the lower 2 in the B order, top of the 8th inning, and it's 8-2 Burlington.
Well, it's good to see Nick back there on the mound. Maybe something positive can come out of this game with Touchstone to get back in the rotation. He has not pitched since the 25th of April.
That was a doubleheader in Lansing, Michigan. Francisco Cordova went 2 2/3 in relief of starter Jesse Smith, allowed no runs, no hits, struck out 1, walked 1. T.J. Stanton is up in the Colonel bullpen. The first pitch to the batter Vega was fouled past third, and now Nick Touchstone misses outside, ball 1 to Miguel Vega.
Touchstone is 6'5", 220 pounds, out of Niceville, Florida.
And the nephew of Bobby Richardson. A high pop foul onto the grandstand roof makes it 1-2 to right-handed hitting Vega.
He's a left-handed pitcher.
Takes a deep breath. Nick winds and delivers. A high pop fly into shallow right. Coming on is Warner Madrigal, and Warner dances underneath it and has it. A light rain is now falling as Miguel Vega lifts one into right. 1 away in the eighth inning. They lead it by 6, 8-2. Nick Touchstone pitched for the Kernels last season. He was a starter with us.
Where he was 7-7 with a 4.22 ERA. He was in 24 games, started 22 of them a year ago.
Ball 1 just missed inside to Robert Grena. Robert is grounded to third twice and walked. Grena's hitting 174. The catcher, no homers, 3 RBIs. Now Nick Touchstone walks off the rubber. Nick is wearing a long-sleeve red shirt underneath his red Colonel batting practice top. The Colonel's in all red caps this afternoon. Burlington is in royal blue jerseys with gold numbers. A fastball just missed, according to Grant Menke, the plate umpire. Ball 2, outside.
We're in the 8th, and Burlington is up 8-2.
And Nick delivers outside for ball 3. If T.J. Stanton works the 9th inning, it'll be his third appearance on this homestand. He pitched Tuesday night and Wednesday night against Beloit. Ball 4 outside. Well, a 4-pitch walk to the number 9 hitter. Just a little bit of sign of rustiness on the part of Nick Touchstone as he lost the number 9 hitter on 4 straight balls. We have a day off on Tuesday. We'll be welcoming members of our Little Sluggers, our MediaCom Little Sluggers, to the ballpark for a 7 o'clock tour on Tuesday night. If you'd like to join the Colonel Little Sluggers, log on to our website or give us a call at 363-3887. We have a fun event planned every month for members of the MediaCom Little Sluggers.
Mario Lasone standing in there, right-handed hitter.
He took strike 1 at the letters. And now he dribbles one up the third baseline foul. It's fielded in foul ground with a bare hand by Freddy Sandoval. The lights are on here at Veterans Memorial Stadium. We have not had the attendance announced yet, but the Colonel front office, and as Bob said earlier, he commended Dave Soper, our concessions director, for the wonderful promotion of having a Mother's Day brunch here. It went over very, very well. Touchstone wastes one in the dirt, and that's ball 1. Bob was telling that story about the automatic tarp that was blown off the field into Lake Michigan a few minutes ago, and it brings to mind a question I had about County Stadium. Here's a curve, and it's just low. Bob, County Stadium used to be one of the most fan-friendly ballparks in the 50s and 60s before Major League Baseball had to step in to make sure clubs made more money on their concessions. You not only could tailgate at County Stadium, you could bring a picnic basket and a cooler in the ballpark.
You could bring anything you wanted in there.
Ball 3 to the batter. Now ball 4. Well, Nick was ahead of him, 0-2, and walked him. So it's first and second, 1 out. The Bees lead at 8-2 here in the 8th inning.
Basically, that's the reason the Milwaukee Braves became the Atlanta Braves, was the fact that people in the state of Wisconsin who had been allowed to do that, when they took that privilege away, they stopped attending.
That's too bad.
Well, it was baseball's fault.
Yep. Ed Lucas from Dartmouth fouls one away, off to the right. Dartmouth College produced a Hall of Fame, I believe he was a pitcher for the Yankees named Red Rolfe. Athletics has always been part of the Dartmouth scene. They're one of the few Ivy League schools that has fraternities. A high drive lofted down the right field line, and Michael Collins goes dancing into the Colonel bullpen right between T.J. Stanton and Duenas, and the ball drops in front of the Papa John's Plaza. Collins gave it a good hustling effort, but it's strike two out of his reach.
They also hired a University of Iowa president, James Friedman, who became the president of Dartmouth.
Boy, that's just as prestigious as Mary Sue Coleman being hired at Michigan. The first thing she had to do was strip the Wolverines of all the glory of the Fabulous Five. That was a shame, Bob.
Well, it should have been done before that.
That's right. Ball one is high to Ed Lucas. The Fab Five received...
In fact, they could have done it while they were playing.
Yeah, a lot of people knew that there was some shenanigans going on, cash payments, luxurious cars.
Well, the cars were parked right out of Chrysler Arena. You could see them anytime you went to a game there.
A 1-2 curveball, and now the plate umpire justifiably getting some guff from the Colonel first base dugout. Grant Menke did not call Lucas out on a pitch that looked to be a dandy. Nick Touchstone is leaning in to get his sign. Now he steps off the rubber. 2 on, 1 away, top of the 8th inning, and Burlington on top, 8-2. 8-2. A curve and a double play ball to short. It takes a bad hop, gets under the glove of Ramos. 1 run is in, another man goes to third, and it's 9-2. I think the ball hit the side of the mound, Bob, and that took a double play possibility away from the Colonel.
It took just a terrible bounce when it got to the edge of the infield.
Yeah, it either hit the mound or the edge of the infield, and it skyrocketed underneath, or it dipped underneath the glove of Ramos. No error on Jason. That likely would have been a double play to end the inning. Instead, it's a bad hop single into left center, and a run scores. The RBI for Ed Lucas, his 8th of the year, and it makes it 9-2 Bees. Graina scored from third. Mario Lasone went to third, and now the batter is Brian McFall. Right-handed hitter. A let-up is a beauty, a strike called. McFall has 2 hits this afternoon, and RBI. He scored a couple of runs. A lot of fun baseball left in this month of May. We'll tell you about the upcoming series with West Michigan in a little bit. There's ball 1 outside. We play the Whitecaps Thursday the 19th. Friday, a noon game on the 20th. Boy, we haven't had a Friday noon game in ages. That's a first. Swing and a miss by McFall, the right-handed batter. Then 5 o'clock, a Saturday game, the 21st of May. Sunday, the 22nd, a 2 o'clock game. That's our next homestand. Of course, we still have this game and the series finale tomorrow evening here at home. Nick delivers, and a swing and a miss. Brian McFall is down on strike for the second out of the B8th inning. 2 away, and the batter, the cleanup batter, Rusty Brown.
Brown has had a couple of hits. He's walked, and he's one of the few Bees who have not scored today.
Rusty had a big 2-run single back in the Burlington 5-run 5th inning. Ball 1 is low from the Colonel lefty. Nick Touchstone. His great uncle is Hall of Famer Bob. Well, I'm not sure if Bobby Richards is in the Hall of Fame. I don't think he is.
No, he is not.
He was best friends with Tony Kubek. You know, Bob, I didn't realize Kubek was never the same after that ball hit him in the Adam's apple in '61 in the World Series. He never fully recovered from that. They later found out he actually broke a couple of bones in his neck. Here's a ground ball squirted foul up the third base side, strike 2. But as a kid, I sure remember Tony Kubek and Joe Garagiola, the Saturday game of the week on NBC television. I looked forward to it every week. They were quite a pair, and mix in Kurt Gowdy, and you've got great announcers. A change-up and a swing and a miss. Rusty Brown is gone on strike. Nick Touchstone strikes out the final 2 in the Burlington 8th, but the Bees add to their lead with 1 run. On 2 walks, a hit, no Colonel errors, and Burlington leaves a pair. They have now stranded 7 on the afternoon. As we approach, well, it's past the top of the hour, a little bit after 5 on Mother's Day. Glad you're with us. 9-2 Bees as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning here in the zone.
Yes, spring is here. So is the bulky item cleanup in Cedar Rapids. Only specific wood and plastic articles are being accepted. The complete list is on the flyer you recently received in the mail. Be sure to check that flyer before putting out any items for city crews when they come to your neighborhood. If you have appliances, tires, and scrap metal you want to get rid of at no charge, follow the instructions on the back of the flyer. This reminder from your friends at Cedar Rapids Solid Waste and Recycling.
Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees are proud to support one of our community's most renowned and cherished assets, the Cedar Rapids Kernels. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees believe in the core values that comprise the essence of Kernel baseball: fun, wholesome, affordable entertainment for us all. As you look ahead to the many joys of summer, your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees encourage you to visit the fabulous new Veterans Memorial Stadium. Your Cedar Rapids and Marion Hy-Vees, embracing Kernel baseball, a community treasure.
I'm thrilled my husband is such a do-it-yourselfer. But some things are better left to professionals. We learned that the hard way after a recent termite problem. Oh, it turns out household pests can cause major property damage and contribute to serious health problems. Now I trust a pest professional to keep our home pest-free. With my home and family, I don't take risks. And in the long run, we even save money, too. Oh, honey!
Visit pestworld.org to find a qualified pest professional today.
66 cool degrees now at Veterans Memorial Stadium with the lights on. With Bob Brooks, I'm John Rogers. We've weathered a 55-minute rain delay and are playing baseball here on Mother's Day. Burlington ahead 9-2. Nate Sutton is first up for the Kernels, and missing low with a fastball is Giovanni D'Amico. We'll have a complete look at the State Farm Major League scoreboard following this afternoon's action, and we'll have a lot of finals because of the length of this ball game. Remember, tonight here in the zone, you can catch an old rivalry that dates back to the NL West, the Dodgers and Reds in Cincinnati. Ball 3 is downstairs to Nate Sutton, who singled his last time up. Nate's 1 for 3. Bob Greta Van Fleet, who's a member of our Booster Club and is a member of the Cedar Rapids Professional Baseball Hall of Fame. There's ball 4. Greta used to organize trips when it was affordable to go to big league stadiums. She would call Tri-State Travel, and they'd take 50 or 60 members of our Cedar Rapids Red Booster Club down to Cincinnati.
Yes, and when we had Dave Miley here, we knew at that time that he had potential to be a major league manager. Tough days for Dave in Cincinnati, but he got his baptismal last year and having to struggle this year.
Well, Cincinnati plays in that small Great America ballpark, and they do not have the pitching that they thought they did coming out of spring training, so they've had a rocky start. Ball 1 low to Freddy Sandoval. Now a strike from Giovanni D'Amico, a fastball. Here's a changeup, and it's lifted into right. A couple of steps back, Brian McFall, with the rain falling a lot harder now, and Brian McFall squeezes it for the first out of the 8th inning. I thought the Reds would really get a lift with former Colonel Ramon Ortiz coming over from the Angels, but Ramon finally won his first game last night. Some guys can adjust to a new league, and others it takes them a while. When I was growing up, the American League was a breaking ball league, and the National League was a fastball league. The American League umpires used to wear those big balloon pillows for their chest protectors, and they'd call a different strike zone than the National League umpires. A curve is a strike to Drew Toussaint. Now a pitch in the dirt.
Well, there's a difference of looking over the left shoulder or the outside shoulder, too.
Now all of that is kind of diminished because the umpires umpire in both leagues and we have interleague play, but there still is a difference. Most scouts will tell you that National League pitchers still tend to challenge hitters more than American League pitchers, and that's because American League pitchers have to deal with the dreaded designated hitter rule. Drew Toussaint on a 1-1 delivery from Giovanni D'Amico. Takes it inside for ball 2. There's a light rain falling now. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning, and it's Burlington 9, the Kernels 2. Drew Toussaint, nothing for 3 this afternoon. Checks his swing on a pitch downstairs, ball 3. They put in that designated hitter back in 1973 because the American League was seeing a big drop, a dramatic drop in attendance, and they thought putting in the DH would bring more offense to the game. And it's been around ever since.
And where did the home runs come from? They came from the National League.
A foul straight back. Runs to count full.
Well, this afternoon, the pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, Hampton, hit a home run.
Mike Hampton hit 8 home runs a couple of years ago when he pitched for the Colorado Rockies. That's about the only thing good that happened to Mike Hampton, and a number of high-dollar guys the Rockies have brought into Coors Field. Mike never could get his breaking pitch to spin the way he wanted it to in that rarefied air. I've argued with my cousin who lives in Denver. The Rockies may draw huge crowds at Coors Field. It's a hip and happening place. But what they play there is not baseball. It's some sort of game that it has elements of baseball, but you cannot call what they play at Coors Field baseball because the ball carries so well there that I don't think the Rockies have figured out yet how to build a winning organization in that ballpark. And, here comes, I think the pitcher just needs a tongue depressor, yes, a popsicle stick to knock some dirt out of his cleats. It's still a full count to Toussaint.
In golf, they call that a tool.
A tool, okay. Well, we'll remember that.
I think your description is better.
A popsicle stick or a tongue depressor. And it's used by Giovanni D'Amico to knock some mud out of his spikes. The count remains full to Drew Toussaint as the Bees have a lefty up in their left field bullpen. Ball 4, low and away, and Nate Sutton goes to second. Drew Toussaint draws a walk. Now, our colleague, Randy Wayhofer of the Bees, said during the rain delay, Bob, he wishes Grant Menke would have a more liberal strike zone because he thinks Menke is keeping this game moving at a slow pace by not calling pitches that are borderline strikes. But he's been the same with both teams. Ben Johnson at the plate. Fouls one right over our heads for strike 1. Ben's a switch hitter. He's catching this afternoon. Only his second start behind the plate. Ben said how much he felt a sense of pride playing for the Washington Huskies. The coach out there in the Pac-12 in Seattle gets all the good players from the state of Washington to stay at home and play for the Huskies. Here's a deep drive to right, way back. Brian McFall can't get it. It's off the wall. And coming home to score is Nate Sutton. Here comes Drew Toussaint, the relay throw to the plate. Not in time. It gets underneath the legs of the catcher, and on to third on a throwing error goes the batter, Ben Johnson. It'll be a 2-run double for Ben Johnson. Sutton scored from second. The relay throw home by the Bees, and it went through the legs of the catcher, and there'll be an error charged to one of the Bee fielders for that throwing error that allowed Ben Johnson to go from second to third, and it's now a 9-4 game in favor of Burlington here in the 8th inning.
Eddie Solis, the second baseman, made a poor throw to the plate and a delayed throw. Had he made the throw when he should have, he might have had a shot at the Cedar Rapids Colonel runner, Toussaint, trying to score.
But it is a throwing error on Eddie Solis, a runner at third, and here's a ground ball up the middle. That's in to center for an RBI single for Warner Madrigal, and it's now a 9-5 Burlington lead. Ben Johnson scores on a base hit. It wasn't hit very hard, but it trickled through the middle into center, and that's the team-high 15th run driven of the year for Warner Madrigal. And, boy, we wish we could have that run back in the top of this 8th inning. Otherwise, it'd be an 8-5 game. Burlington still leads it rather comfortably, 9-5. But there's only one out here in the Kernel 8th inning for Michael Collins.
Well, with one out, let's see if Collins can keep it going here. The idea is to hit doubles and singles and just keep pecking away at them.
Burlington still has that lefty in their bullpen. And the pitch hits Michael Collins. That's exactly what Bob's talking about, is keep getting runners on base. Michael was struck in the upper left arm where you'd put a tattoo if you were a sailor, and he's at first. Madrigal goes to second. We need one more runner here in the 8th inning to bring the tying run to the plate. The lefty is Adam Rowe. Adam Rowe is the southpaw warming up for Burlington in their left field bullpen.
Well, Zambrano, who is pitching today for the Cubs, and he was undoubtedly the winner in a 2-1 victory by Chicago over Philadelphia. He has a Venezuelan-type temper, and I would think D'Amico, who's going to be replaced right now, is also in that category. I think the Spanish blood begins to boil when things don't go right, and I think D'Amico is just boiled over, and now he can boil in the clubhouse.
D'Amico is lifted, and in comes lefty Adam Rowe. This fella hasn't appeared in this series, but he will now. Lefty Adam Rowe. It's 9-5 in favor of Burlington. Giovanni D'Amico pitched 1 1/3 innings. And in 1 1/3 so far, he's given up 2 runs on 3 hits. 2 of those 3 hits in this Kernel 8th inning. D'Amico struck out 2 Kernels. He walked 2, and he hit 1. And taking over for Burlington is a lefty, Adam Rowe. He has been sensational out of Burlington's bullpen. The southpaw 3-0 in 7 appearances, a 1.84 ERA for lefty Adam Rowe.
Well, he's going to have to pitch his best here because the Kernels are getting to him, getting base runners, and getting hits here in the late innings of a 9-5 Burlington lead. Last year, Adam pitched at Idaho Falls, where he was 2-3 with a 4.73 ERA. He didn't get any saves and pitched 26 innings. Check that save stat. He got 4 saves, and he got 2 victories. So he's had some experience in a short league season and has started well for Burlington out of the bullpen, and he would be called their stopper.
He's from Ohio, and he'll face Jordan Renz with T.J. Stanton set to come on and work the top of the 9th inning. What will the score be? The Kernels have rallied for a pair and sent reliever Giovanni D'Amico into the B third base clubhouse. Jordan Renz with runners at first and second and 1 out, set to go against his southpaw, Adam Rowe. Now Stanton comes in from the Kernel right field bullpen. He's ready to go. Maybe we can tie this thing up or take the lead. Here's a pitch off the catcher's glove. I don't know if they'll rule it a pass ball or wild pitch. It sounds like they've called it a wild pitch. I thought the catcher, Robert Grena, who had to lean to his left, he did get a glove on it, but they rule it a wild pitch on Rowe. And the runners move up to second and third. Now a base hit by Jordan Renz cuts the B lead to 2 runs. The infield is back. They'll trade a run for an out with Burlington leading by 4, 9-5. Ball 2 is upstairs to Jordan Renz.
There's the saying in baseball that the last run that you score can be the most important run.
Well, Keith Comstock, our former pitching coach, said it in a slightly different way, Bob, but the same message. He told our pitching staff when he was here for 2 years, you never know which run is the one as a pitcher that's going to give you a win or beat you. And what he meant is never assume that any run scored doesn't make a difference. Right now, that run in the 8th that Burlington scored is a huge difference in this game. Otherwise, Renz would be the tying run at the plate. A let-up, and it's in for a strike. Jordan was taking on 3-1. Let's see if Bobby Magallanes has him taking on he was taking on 3-0. It's now 3-1. There's ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Jason Ramos. The Kernels now do bring the tying run to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th inning, trailing 9-5. We will be getting our Cedar Rapids Pizza and Provision attendance shortly. We have not been given it yet, but I would say we had in the neighborhood of 1,600 here this afternoon. Ramos batting right-handed against the southpaw. Takes a big cut and misses, strike 1.
1 out, the bases loaded, 9-5 Burlington. Cedar Rapids has a grand effort here in the last half of the 8th inning. They've already plated 3 runs.
There's a fastball in for strike 2 to Ramos from Adam Rowe, the lefty. Madrigal at third, Collins at second, Jordan Renz at first. Ball 1 just glided outside to Jason Ramos, the switch hitter, 1 for 3 today. He doubled and scored in the Kernel 2-run 6th inning. Jason in 7 games hitting 125.
That pitch was only 83 miles an hour.
Ooh, there's a changeup and a swing.
And that
miss.
was only 73 miles an hour to get him on the changeup.
Yes, it was. Rowe took a lot off of it, and he got Jason Ramos. Sean Rodriguez has hit the ball well today. 2 singles, a walk, a run scored. He lined out to short his last time up. Sean Rodriguez. Maybe he'll be going for the downs with this game in the bottom of the 8th. The Kernels trail by 4 with 2 out and the bases loaded. Sean is the tying run at the plate. Ball 1 was high from lefty Adam Rowe, R-O-W-E. He comes set at the letters and delivers. Line drive right back to the mound. And a game-saving, perhaps, spear of that wicked rocket right back to Adam Rowe. Bob, I still don't know how he reacted in time.
That's the second time in this ball game that a shot has been hit by a Cedar Rapids Kernel back to a Burlington pitcher, and the pitcher comes up with, "Look what I've got."
And that could have changed the whole game right there as Rodriguez ripped it right back to the glove of Adam Rowe. 9 men bat in the Kernel 8th inning. The Kernels score 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 walks, a hit batter, a wild pitch. The Kernels leave 3 and have stranded 8. We go to the top of the 9th inning with Burlington still leading the Kernels 9-5. You're enjoying Kernel baseball in the zone.
Home. The very word brings us all a sense of comfort and stability. It's where families reacquaint and refresh at the end of each day. It's important to have our homes properly insured. See Tanya Sedlock, your professional Pekin insurance agent at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency, about homeowners insurance from Pekin. Providing you with ample home protection at a cost that fits your budget is Tanya Sedlock's area of expertise. You'll be glad you talked to Tanya about homeowners insurance from Pekin Insurance. She's at Weidenhammer Andrews Agency.
Let's go forward, shall we? And your teenager is now in their 20s, so stoned they can't move, which is how they spent college and why they didn't finish and get the job they deserved or the friends. Wish you could do it over again? You can. If you know your child is smoking pot and drinking, do something. Visit theantidrug.com or call 1-800-788-2800 because life doesn't rewind. Action. The Anti-Drug.
Sponsored by the ONDCP and the Partnership for a Drug-Free America.
Before you hit the waves, come in and save at the Sea-Doo Make a Splash Spring event. Get great deals on Sea-Doo personal watercrafts like the Room for 3 RXT, the most powerful personal watercraft on the market. Get 2.9% financing for up to 72 months or low payments of $29 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. Find a Sea-Doo dealer at Sea-Doo.com. Sea-Doo, leave everything else behind.
Promotion ends 5/30/105. See dealer for complete offer details. Riders must be at least 16 years of age and have taken a training course.
6'5" right-hander T.J. Stanton is the third Colonel relief pitcher of this afternoon as we go to the top of the ninth inning. The rain has subsided, the lights are on, and Eddie Solis, the number 5 hitter for Burlington, takes inside from Stanton. TJ on for the 12th time this season out of the Colonel bullpen, a 3-1 record with a save and an ERA of 3.63. Eddie Solis takes ball too low. Eddie's driven in a run and scored a run this afternoon. He's a 190 hitter, a right-handed batter.
Touchstone got 1 inning's work in, and that was about it.
Gave up a run on a hit, struck out 2, walked 2. Here's a pitch grounded to third, and Freddy Sandoval moves quickly to his left to glove it and pegs in time to get Eddie Solis. Boy, Freddy Sandoval has good feet at third base.
He's bounced around there this afternoon very, very well at third.
I remember a football coach at Carleton College, Bob, when I was up there. He wasn't being critical of one of the Carleton players because the fellow was a terrific hammer thrower in track. He was a linebacker in football, and he told me one time, boy, John, I wish the kid's name was Jimmy. He said, I wish Jimmy had the same feet on the football field that he had in the hammer circle. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, he doesn't have good feet. I said, what do you mean? And he said, in football, that means if you don't have good feet, it means you get knocked down to the ground. Uh-oh, here's a high, deep drive to left by Darwinson Salazar, and out she goes to make it 10-5. Darwinson Salazar teed off on a T.J. Stanton 1-0 pitch and homers. It's his first homer of the year over the left center field wall, and that makes it a 10-5 lead for the Bees. Well, anyway, Bob, the Carleton football coach told me when a football player doesn't have good feet, it means he's knocked down on initial contact. And you don't want that.
Well, he's a statue out there.
Oh,
he
that
gets
too.
bounced around. He gets knocked down.
Well,
home run here by Salazar. A 169 hitter. He got everything on that ball from Stanton, who that thing had to look as big as a watermelon coming in there.
A big lollipop curve from TJ's, a strike to Kennard Springer, and this is the third game of this 8-game homestand. This is the 7th game, and 3 of them, the opposition has scored 10 runs off Colonel pitching and defense. We can't just point the finger at the pitching staff.
No, but the Kernels today have made only 1 error. That's pretty low for what the recent history has shown.
Swing and a miss by Kennard Springer. He has a 2-run double in this game. It came back in the Burlington 5-run 5th inning. 10-5 Bees. TJ's 1-2. Swing and a miss. A change-up, and that's the second out of the top of the 9th inning.
Burlington in this game has been efficient with the use of the base hit. They have 11 hits, and they have scored 10 runs.
That's about as efficient as you can get.
That's a good deal, isn't it, for the Burlington Ball Club that wasn't known for being very efficient that way coming in here.
The Bees have left 7 men on, pulling 1 foul off the railing of the Bee third base dugout is their number 8 hitter, Miguel Vega. Last night, the Springhouse trivia question highlighted Trevor Hoffman becoming just the 3rd pitcher in big league history to post 400 saves. Trevor was a 1991 Cedar Rapids Red. Here's a base hit into left, tomahawked by Vega. Getting it back in is Jordan Renz. And we asked you to name one of the 2 other relief pitchers who had matched Trevor Hoffman's remarkable feat with 400 or more saves. Our trivia question winner, Mike Langheim, said Lee Smith, and Lee was tops. We didn't have time to tell you that the other reliever, John Franco, with over 400 saves. John Franco, a longtime lefty with the Mets and Reds, did post 424 saves in his career. And we'll give you some of the other names on that list. In fact, Bob, the next guy on the list is Dennis Eckersley, and he is in the Hall of Fame, but the only other Hall of Famer on that list, I believe, is Raleigh Fingers.
Well, those are 2 relievers, and there has been a great debate among the baseball writers, I think that's the best way to put it, about whether or not a relief pitcher or a stopper should get into the Hall of Fame.
An 0-2 pitch to the batter just missed from TJ.
Eckersley, and Fingers, of course, would be in. Mariano Rivera of the Yankees will be there someday.
The 1-2 to the batter is poked down the right field line. It drops fair and into the corner, cut off by Madrigal. Carting into third and stopping there is the lead runner, Miguel Vega. And that's the third hit of the inning for the Bees. They have now 13 on the afternoon. They already lead at 10-5 here in the top of the ninth. The two names I hear most often, Bob, that should be in the Hall of Fame that aren't are Goose Gossage and Bruce Sutter.
You mean of those who are eligible as of today?
Yes. Gossage and Sutter have both been close, but because of that debate you talked about between sports writers who do the voting for the Baseball Hall of Fame, Goose Gossage, who was one of our Canninger Place Hot Stove Banquet speakers a few years ago, and Bruce Sutter, the most dominating relief pitcher I ever saw. I think they should both be in, but they're not. A curve is low to Mario Lasone, the leadoff batter. Now TJ drops a strike in, a changeup, 1-1. Or 0-2. 0-2, the first pitch must have been a strike.
Well, it goes back to what you think a starting pitcher should be. Should he be a complete gamer? Well, if you've been in baseball for a long period of time, you think of a complete game and a complete pitcher who starts, finishes, and wins. But that is practically unheard of today.
And that's why I'll bring up two more names in the starting realm that should be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion, Bert Blyleven and Jim Cott, because they did start and complete games, and they did win a lot of games, yet Jim Cott and Bert Blyleven are not in the Hall of Fame. A curve and a ground ball foul outside third. It's still 1-2 to Mario Lasone.
You were talking about Trevor Hoffman, too. He saved the game yesterday for the Padres.
Number 400.
401.
Oh, 401, that's right, Bob. Yesterday, you're right. In that victory, yes. He's up to 401 now.
Yep. 10-5 here in favor of Burlington on 13 hits.
The deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the batter. 2 on, 2 out. Swing and a miss. T.J. Stanton pulled the string on Mario Lasone and struck him out. But the Bees, with the home run from Darwinson Salazar, his first of the year, add to their lead with 1 run on 3 hits. There were no Kernel errors. Burlington leaves a couple. They've left 9. The Kernels come to bat in the bottom of the ninth here at home on Mother's Day, trailing the Bees 10-5. You're listening to Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Does this sound familiar? Let the dog out. Start the coffee. Hop in the shower. Ask yourself why you stayed up so late. Again. Look for that clean shirt. Get dressed. Make sure your socks match. Take a couple aspirin. Pick up the Gazette. Read In the Know for a quick look at the top local and national news. Look at your watch. Chug your coffee. Grab the Gazette as you run out the door. Hey, join the club. That's how a lot of us live today. 2 speeds. Fast and way too fast. Fortunately, the Gazette's ready when you are. At home or at work, during breakfast, or with lunch in the park. Get the news, sports, and entertaining information you need to keep pace.
You want to know what's happening? Check out the Gazette every Thursday to know where to go. From live music to movies to great deals on drinks and meals. The Gazette Weekend section is your place to go.
The Gazette. Now you know.
For the Kernels in the bottom of the ninth inning, the numbers 2, 3, and 4 men in the Allen Motor Company order. Nate Sutton, who has a single and 3 trips, walked and scored in the Kernels' 2-run 8th inning. Sutton will lead it off, lefty against lefty matchup. 10-5 Burlington, bottom of the ninth inning. And the first pitch from the southpaw row is drilled down the left field line near the wall. It may go. It's off the base of the wall. And Nate Sutton will end up at second as Kennard Springer fumbles the ball in the corner. Nate Sutton gets the Kernels' ninth inning started with an opposite field double.
It's a wonder how these outfielders, and I'm not talking about Cedar Rapids outfielders or Burlington outfielders, but it's amazing at the major league level or this level that the outfielders cannot field the ball cleanly. It's just a little roller. All you have to do is pick it up.
Well, I'll give you my theory on that question, Bob.
I figured you'd have a theory.
Bobby Mitchell, our roving base running and fielding coordinator, was out on Friday night, last night, bashing balls off that Randy Keel Confidence Picnic Pavilion from third base with a fungo, and the guys were practicing just that. My theory is the reason they're botched so often is it's very rarely practiced. It's as simple as that. I don't think players take pride anymore in practicing getting balls off the wall and learning how it comes down and all that. Here's a smash into deep center, way back by Sandoval, and beyond the reach of Darwinson Salazar. Freddy Sandoval will round second. He'll sprint into third, and he's there safely. It's now a 10-6 game. Freddy Sandoval slugged one over the head of Darwinson Salazar in deep center, chasing home Nate Sutton from second. Freddie has his third RBI of the afternoon, and it's now a 10-6 game. And doggone it, those little old single runs you talked about, Bob, in the 8th and 9th have really made a difference late here in the late going.
Yes, because this could be 8-6 now rather than 10.
A runner at third with nobody out. Sandoval, a 3-hit day. And Freddie now leads the team with 17 runs driven in. Ball one in the dirt to Drew Toussaint.
But for left-hander Aaron Rowe of Burlington, it's his game. You're in there, baby.
Yeah, nobody in the bullpen for the Bees. Of course, the Bee infield is back. They'll gladly trade a run for an out here. Ball two, up and away to Drew Toussaint. The Kernels scored a pair in the 8th inning to make it 9-5. The Bees countered with a home run in the top of this ninth off T.J. Stanton to make it 10-5. It's now 10-6. And a mighty swing and a foul to the right. Out of play, strike one to Drew Toussaint.
Kernels now have 11 hits, but 6 runs to show for it.
Nobody out. A runner at third for the Kernels here in the bottom of the ninth. We're down by 4. A slip pitch, and the plate umpire ruled it ball 3 to Drew Toussaint. Lots of finals for you coming up on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. Let's hope it'll be another 10 minutes or so, and the Kernels can pull this one out of the fire. Drew Toussaint on a 3-1 count bashes it foul. Out of play to the right.
Well, the folks in the suites and in the concourse under the nice umbrella of the grandstand here at the Vet are enjoying a good rally late in the game.
Here's a ground ball to the right side, a terrific pickup to his left by the second baseman Eddie Solis, and then he spins and throws out Toussaint for the first out of the inning. Sandoval trotted home from third to make it 10-7 Burlington, and the bases are empty with 1 out. Ben Johnson will try to get the Kernels started again, trailing by 3 here in the 9th inning. Bob will have a lot of finals for you coming up on the Colonel Curtain Call as part of our, on the State Farm Major League scoreboard. But let's keep to the task at hand. Ben Johnson smashes one hard on the ground to third, but there's Mario Lasone to field it cleanly and throw out Ben Johnson on a sharp grounder. 2 out now in the Colonel 9th inning. The Colonels trail it 10-7. Well, it's that old baseball puzzle, Bob. When you get some offense like the Kernels have finally gotten today, the pitching isn't what it could be. There's a strike to Warner Madrigal. The Colonel record at home this year, 4-10, and we're down by 3 here in the bottom of the ninth with the bases empty and 2 out. Ball one outside from lefty Adam Rowe. The Colonels have scored a pair here in the 9th inning. Trail by 3. There's ball 2 downstairs to Warner. 1,616 were here today. A late swing and a miss by Madrigal evens the count at 2-2. 1,616. Rowe on a 2-2 delivery. Misses low in the dirt, a changeup. Kernels need 2 base runners to have a chance here in the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing 10-7.
When a team is going bad, bad things happen.
You're probably talking about those 2 line drives that were caught.
Yes, I am.
Bob, you're right. That's just bad luck. 2 line drives hit by the Kernels.
I mean, those were shots.
Right back to the pitcher. They were well-hit balls. The next 3-2 pitches, cut on and missed, strike 3. Warner Madrigal fans to end this Mother's Day affair. Burlington withstands a late Kernels charge and wins it 10-7 to take a 2-1 lead in the series over the Kernels. 10-7 Bs. Bob will be back to wrap things up for us on the Kernel Curtain Call in just a moment. This is Kernel Baseball in the Zone.
Phil Mickelson's figured out how to beat Tiger Woods head-to-head.
It has not ever worked yet. Don't get me wrong. It's not a plan that's worked yet.
But it may someday, and he let Dan Patrick in on the secret.
If he hit his iron shots first, he was so good, he would put it inside me and put more pressure.
You know what? That's interesting philosophy, that he put even more pressure because he's hitting his irons before you because you've outdriven him.
Well, not all the time was I able to do that, but when I was trying to go toe-for-toe with him off the tee, he would put even more pressure on me with his iron play, plus trying to drive it that long and keep up with them. I was hitting it a lot more wild, more crooked, missing fairways by a larger margin, which didn't put any pressure on him at all. So for me, when I got paired with him head-to-head at Doral, and I think in the future I'm going to take 20 yards off the tee shot, try to hit cuts in the fairway so that puts pressure off on his tee shots, and also I'm able to hit my iron shots first, which has been my biggest strength the last year and a half, and hopefully put a little more pressure on him.
The Dan Patrick Show on ESPN Radio.
Time for the Kernels Curtain Call, right here on The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM. With a recap of all the action, the State Farm Major League Scoreboard, plus a look ahead to the next Kernels game, let's rejoin the voice of the Kernels, the one, the only John Rogers, here on The Zone, ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.
A memorable Mother's Day with a brunch that started at 11 in the morning, a long day of baseball, and Burlington withstood a couple of late Kernel charges to come away with a 10-7 win, Bob. And, well, we just have to keep at it. As you say, the worm's going to turn, hopefully, for this ball club at home, but we're an alarming 4-11 now at home following the B win today.
This was a baseball game that started in perfect weather after a perfect day for Mother. Well, it ended with the temperature dropping about 12 degrees and with the Cedar Rapids Kernels dropping their 11th home game of the year. It looked like the same old through 5 innings here at the ballpark today before 1,600 fans. The same lack of power at the plate, the same pitching that has not been able to hold the opposition. 2 runs in the first by Burlington, 1 in the third, 5 touched the plate in the 5th against Jesse Smith, who was ultimately the loser here today. But then in the late innings, and after a 55-minute rain delay, the Cedar Rapids Kernels came back to at least make a game out of it and get some extra base hits. They also got an inning out of a returning pitcher in Nick Touchstone, who ought to be back in some kind of rotation by the first part of the week. But again, the pitching was not able to become airtight when you get behind by this margin, which you have to do. But on the other side of that coin, there were 2 shots hit in this game with Cedar Rapids Kernels on base, in scoring position, and rallying, that were line drives headed to center field. They were stabbed for the pitcher. The pitcher didn't know whether he had his glove, his hand, or the baseball. Well, in both occasions, he had both. Then on close calls, and on balls and strikes, and on poor bounces, the ball club that has had a tough time winning at home once again got the fickle finger of fate going at them and not in a positive mode. So when it was all over, yes, it was the same old story. A Cedar Rapids Kernels loss, but one in which the Kernels battled back, made a game of it, and finally wound up losing 10-7. A game with a total of 24 hits in. Cedar Rapids only made one error. But with all of those things said on both the positive and negative side, yes, it was the story and tale of another Kernel defeat. So trailing in the series now 2-1, Cedar Rapids will try to get a breath of fresh air with a victory at 6:30 tomorrow. Victory is a very elusive thing these days for the Cedar Rapids Ball Club. Elusive for many reasons, not just one that could be pinpointed. So tomorrow is another day. They have gone through a fine afternoon. They've had a good home stay attendance-wise, and they'll try and finish it up tomorrow against Burlington and gain a split in the series.
Final line score for the Bees, 10 runs, 13 hits, no errors. They stranded 9. The Kernels, 7 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. We left 8. The winning pitcher for Burlington evens his record at 1-1, Patrick Green. The Kernel loser was Jesse Smith. He's 1-2, and a save to Burlington's lefty, Adam Rowe. 1,616 took it in here on Mother's Day on Cleveland Elementary School Day. The game started at 2:02, ended at 5:43 with a 55-minute rain delay. Bob has a lot of finals ready to go next on the State Farm Major League scoreboard here on the Colonel Curtain Call in the Zone.
For the 7th consecutive year, Toyota Financial Services is encouraging elementary students throughout our community to read this summer. Toyota Financial Services believes that inspiring children to read brings families together, fosters imagination, and enhances knowledge. The Gazette shares Toyota Financial Services' belief in the value of reading. That's why they've teamed up to recognize and reward this summer's readers for their fabulous accomplishments. Toyota Financial Services and the Gazette, proud to stand with our community's children to enrich their lives.
I cannot face anyone but me. Baby, can't you see I know what's right for me? Don't tell me wrong from right. I know just what I like. Yeah, call me crazy, I don't care. Come feel the joy of my each generation. They got their own kind of sound. Come to shout it out.
We're in the zone, bringing you the Colonel Curtain Call, and now it's time after this B 10-7 victory over the Kernels to check scores. The State Farm Major League Scoreboard is brought to you by State Farm Insurance agents Lanny Peterson, Al Shetler, Dale Thompson, and Gary Schubat. And with those State Farm Major League scores, here's Hall of Fame broadcaster Bob Brooks.
And let's go to the American League. The Boston Red Sox defeat Seattle with a score of 6-3. That was the afternoon game. The evening contest at Fenway goes to the last half of the 6th inning, and Seattle leads that one over the both Sox 2-1. Halama pitching for Boston in that game, and Ortiz has hit his 9th home run. There were no home runs in the first game between Seattle and Boston. The New York Yankees shut out Oakland 6-0. A-Rod Rodriguez, his 11th home run. Tino Martinez, his 6th. Jose Posada, his 3rd. And Kevin Brown won his first game of the year, which New York sorely needed. The Chicago White Sox continue to have the best record in baseball and continue to win one-run games. Today it was 5-4 at Skydome in Toronto, with Jermaine Dye's 5th home run and Uribe's 3rd home run. Mark Burley won his 5th game of the year against only one defeat. Baltimore was defeated by Kansas City in a score-a-thon 10-8. Cleveland, Texas 7 and Cleveland 2. Minnesota Twins beat up on Tampa Bay 9-6. Joe Mauer's 4th home run and LaCroix's 5th home run, highlights for Minnesota. Detroit and the L.A. Angels of Anaheim. The Tigers bombed L.A. of Anaheim with 7 runs in the 3rd and won the game 10-1. St. Louis scored 15 against San Diego as the Redbirds won it today 15-5. Reggie Sanders, his 7th home run. Larry Walker, his 4th, 2nd in 2 games. And Nunez, his 3rd. Klesko hit his 7th of the year for San Diego. The Cubs, with Zambrano, the winning pitcher, on a 5-hitter, beating Philadelphia 2-1. The tough luck loser was Myers, who stands at 2-2. Zambrano's 3-1. Abreu hit his 4th home run. Aramis Ramirez, his 6th home run, and Perez, his 4th home run for the margins of victory. Both of those home runs for the Cubs came in the last half of the 4th inning, and it held up for a 2-1 victory. Washington's Nationals lead San Francisco's Giants 3-2 after 7 innings of play. Guillen has hit his 8th home run. Arizona and Pittsburgh, the Pirates lead it into the 7th, 4-2. And tonight in the zone, and it'll be coming shortly, the Dodgers are at Cincinnati against the Reds, where Weaver, now 3-2, pitches against Eric Melton of the Cincinnati Reds. That's the Major League scoreboard, with Burlington winning here today 10-7 over Cedar Rapids.
Bob, thanks a lot. We'll look forward to seeing you here tomorrow evening for the homestand finale. That's Bob Brooks. One more segment to go on our Colonel Curtain Call. We'll have the Colonel Access Direct play of the game in just a minute. This is Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
I'm Dave Shea. For 35 years, I was news anchor for Channel 2. Now, with gas prices at $2 a gallon, check out Randy Kill Honda and save with great fuel mileage on all Hondas in stock. The safest family sedan, the Honda Accord, will definitely save the family pocketbook with 34 miles to the gallon. Get even better mileage with a compact Civic, getting you there at 38 miles to the gallon. Or check the amazing fuel mileage of the Honda Civic Hybrid, 48 miles to the gallon, and that's in city driving. Randy Kill Honda has a large selection of pre-owned Hondas, too, all with exceptional fuel mileage. Check them out at www.randykiel.com. Also, Randy Kiel offers a 7-year, 100,000-mile confidence guarantee on new vehicles. You can take my word for it, but you may also want to talk with other Honda owners. They're people you know, your friends, your neighbors, maybe even your relatives. I'm saving on gas prices by driving my Honda, and you can too. See Randy Kiel Honda on Center Point Road Northeast.
Mother's Day is nearing 6 o'clock. The Kernels were turned back this afternoon 10-7 by the Burlington Bees, and Access Direct is now happy to bring us our Access Direct Kernel play of the game. Access Direct is looking for team players, and they want you to apply. They encourage you to apply. They have wonderful benefits at Access Direct: medical, dental, and vision insurance, a 401k savings plan, plus a casual dress code. An hourly starting wage of $8.50 at Access Direct. They're looking for team players, and you can apply by logging on to their website at www.accdir.com or by calling Access Direct at 261-0260. Our Access Direct play of the game came in the Kernels' 6th inning. Jason Ramos, with the Kernels down 8-0, doubled into right. Sean Rodriguez walked. Nate Sutton singled into center to load the bases. And with the bases loaded and nobody out, Freddy Sandoval, who hadn't played in 4 or 5 days with a sore left shoulder, brought home a pair with a base hit to right. Freddy Sandoval's 2-run single, plating Ramos and Sean Rodriguez, gave the Kernels their first 2 runs of the afternoon in a 10-7 loss to Burlington. That's our Access Direct play of the game. We'll look forward to bringing you the homestand finale tomorrow evening. The South Slope Communications Triple Play Show comes your way at 6:10, and we'll have the first pitch at 6:30. It's Grant Wood Elementary School night here at the ballpark. Come on out and join in on the fun, and let's see if we can help the Kernels turn things around here at home with a victory. Sean was our in-studio engineer. Sean, thanks for running the marathon with us this afternoon. Of course, we called you about 1:30, and here it is almost 6 o'clock. Sean, thank you for all your great work as our engineer down in the zone. Thanks to Hall of Fame sportscaster Bob Brooks for joining us throughout Mother's Day. It was a pleasure bringing it to you. I'm John Rogers, 10-7 in favor of Burlington, the final this afternoon. You've been listening to Colonel Baseball in the Zone.
You're in the zone. ESPN Radio, 1600 AM.